humanity at the crossroads, autonomous weapons systems and the challenge of regulation.
Hello, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Vienna. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear participants from academia, civil society, and industry, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the conference Humanity at the Crossroads, Autonomous Weapon Systems and the Challenge of Regulation. My name is Verena Gleitzmann, and I have the honor of guiding you through this morning through the high-level part of the conference. To be honest, we were a little bit overwhelmed by the immense interest in this conference. The level of participation has far exceeded our expectations, and we are proud to announce that more than 140 states have registered, and we are counting almost 900 participants. This makes us very happy and grateful, but it also means that we cannot fit in this room here all together, so we kindly ask those of you who do not have a seat right now to please proceed to the overflow room just opposite this plenary hall. The enormous interest in today's conference does demonstrate, however, that autonomous weapon systems are a crucial issue. And without further ado, and to formally open today's conference, please welcome with me His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria.
Dear colleagues, members of parliament, tech industry, academia, social society, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here, and I have to say this is really an impressive view, and looking at all of you, I have the feeling this might be really a game changer. Thank you again for being here. With the ring of fire stretching from Ukraine, where Russia is still waging a brutal war of aggression, to the crisis in the Middle East, from the Sahel region to the Horn of Africa, it is definitely not easy to take a step back, to find the time and space for a more strategic view. But this is exactly what we want to achieve today here in Vienna. Because, as we say with the title of the conference, and I just heard it could have come from the International Committee of the Red Cross, humanity is at the crossroad. Autonomous weapon systems will soon fill the world's battlefields. And we already see this with AI-enabled drones and AI-based target selection. Technology is moving ahead with a racing speed, while politics are lagging behind. We are faced with profound legal, ethical, and security questions. How to prevent ceding life and death decisions to machines, how to deal with algorithms prone to mistakes and bias, how to stop an AI-driven arms race and to keep the technology out of hands of terrorists. Ladies and gentlemen, I simply cannot overstate the urgency. This is, I believe, the Oppenheimer moment of our generation. We cannot let this moment pass without taking action. Now is the time to agree on international rules and norms to ensure human control. For that, we need all of you, within and outside of governments. We need you to raise your voices. We have a small window of opportunity, so let's use it. We all know that any loss of human life in conflict is one too many, but at least let us make sure that the most profound and far-reaching decision, who lives and who dies, remains in the hands of humans and not of machines. As I said at the beginning, humanity is at the crossroads. We must not miss the right turn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Schallenberg. We will see each other back on the podium in a few minutes. I would now like to invite His Excellency Monsignore Giuseppe Francone to the podium. He will deliver an important message from His Holiness Pope Francis to the conference, which we have received at short notice.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, on the occasion of the conference, Humanity at the Crossroads, Autonomous Weapon Systems and the Challenge of Regulation, His Holiness Pope Francis sends cordial greetings to all taking part. It is his hope that this event, with its timely theme, will contribute to furthering ethical reflection on the challenges posed by the artificial intelligence and the need for its responsible use. In particular, His Holiness trusts that the discussions and deliberations of the gathering will foster among the international community a commitment to ensure adequate, meaningful, and consistent human oversight of autonomous weapon systems. For these can never replace the necessary moral judgment and decision-making of men and women. In this way, advanced technology, instead of facilitating the violent resolution of conflict, can be placed at the service of integral human development and the building of a more just, humane, and fraternal world. With these sentiments, the Holy Father invokes upon the conference participants the divine blessings of wisdom, strength, and peace. Cardinal Pietro Parolin, Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We are grateful for this important message by Pope Francis, asking us to further our ethical reflection on the challenges posed by artificial intelligence and autonomous weapon systems. And this is an excellent segue for today's keynote speech. It will be delivered by Mr. Jan Tallinn. He is one of the leading voices on artificial intelligence and especially its risks. And among many, many other things, he's also the co-founder of the Cambridge Center for the Study of Existential Risks. Mr. Tallinn, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister Schallenberg and Monsignore. It is an honor, of course, to be here in Vienna. It's actually one of my favorite cities in the world, among ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, and experts. And it's deeply heartening to witness the largest ever convening of voices on the issue of autonomous weapon systems. I remember the not too distant past, when worries about autonomous weapons were just dismissed as science fiction. And we are all here today because these systems now do exist and we can stop them. I am not a former military general, nor am I a disarmament campaigner or an expert in international law. I am a computer programmer. I come here today to tell you that there is no safeguarding humanity from the risks of artificial intelligence if we cannot create rules around making AI safe in life and death decisions. It is no secret that I spend a lot of time thinking about the risks that AI poses to humanity. It takes a lot to make me afraid, and yet I'm often thinking of how we may perish as species, as Homo sapiens, due to the risks we as humans decide to play with. When it comes to AI applications, autonomous weapons are, of course, one of the most terrifying of all. AI can be a tool, but tools are only valuable as long as they are predictable and can be controlled. I see many parallels between advanced superintelligence and the issues posed now by autonomous weapons. At this point in time, humans are adopting AI to delegate decisions through automated systems. Decisions that might be too fast for humans to make themselves. But there is a trade-off. Whenever you opt for speed, you give up control. Autonomous weapons that promise the advantage of speed do not allow for accountable human control, and therefore risk destabilizing the very international order. I implore you to be wary of those who promise precision and predictability in systems using AI. We have already seen AI making selection errors in ways both large and small, from misrecognizing a referee's bald head as a football, to pedestrian deaths caused by self-driving cars, unable to recognize jaywalking. We must be extremely cautious about relying on the accuracy of these systems, whether in the military or civilian sectors. Accidental errors caused by autonomous weapons have the potential to spark the kinds of wars that should never be waged. No autonomous weapon should be designed or used to target human, nor should it be used to distinguish between one human and another. However, even when autonomous weapons become able to perfectly distinguish between humans, they will make it significantly easier to carry out genocides and target the killings that seek specific human characteristics. So, if there's just one thing you remember from my address today, let it be this. We cannot allow the use of autonomous weapons to target humans. If we allow this practice to become the accepted norm, the world will forever change. I'm an Estonian, and I grew up in Tallinn under Soviet rule. In 1991, I barely escaped the military draft to Soviet army, as the year I turned 19 was also exactly the year when my country reached independence. Before that, my parents made me learn the French horn to make it more likely that I end up in a military orchestra when drafted and not sent to Afghanistan, as many 18 and 19-year-olds before me. I often hear autonomous weapons manufacturers promising fewer troops on the battlefield and supposedly fewer casualties too. We've heard this before during the emergence of drone warfare. It wasn't true then, and it's not true now. AI is currently being used in several armed conflicts around the world, and yet we are seeing unprecedented levels of civilian deaths in those regions. Autonomous weapons make warfare faster to wage, and yet with less human control. And with that, more people are going to get killed, regardless of whether there are fewer 19-year-olds conscripted into militaries. Even if warring powers started a war with limited involvement of human soldiers, we know that wars only end when either or both sides are unwilling to further endure the human toll. It's reasonable to predict that autonomy in weapons will simply extend wars by cheapening the cost of killing adversaries. Autonomous weapons are unlikely to reduce, hence, the number of lives lost. It is all well and good when we meet here today with firm convictions that we are the good guys, right? And the good guys will always have the best weapons. But what about the rest of humanity? A few years ago, I visited an Estonian arms manufacturer in Tallinn, and the CEO claimed that autonomous weapons would be great for Estonia, as the technology supposedly favors the little guy. I pointed out that Estonia is just not little enough to be the little guy. had to consider non-state actors and terrorist groups. And after I had said that, the atmosphere of that meeting suddenly became very awkward. A relatively famous friend of mine, who I will not mention his name, told me that he now doesn't do public talks, especially outside spaces, in person anymore, because he's afraid of drone assassinations. The development of autonomous weapons that target humans, combined with their accessibility to any motivated individuals, has the potential to create a world that just no longer feels safe. It will no longer be safe to be outside. We have seen the world wars start from individual targeted killings, as Austria can attest. The normalization of the battlefield of systems that target humans will then creep into our daily lives. I am no stranger to the fear of invasion and urgent need to be prepared and ready to defend. I understand the anxiety that comes with living with a war at your doorstep, threatening to upend everything you know. We have been before, though. During the Cold War, at the time of extreme political tension, military powers built biological weapons programs enticed by the supposed advantages this emerging technology would bring. Those who tried to warn against competing over anthrax faced a wall of derision and cynicism that often clouds the foresight of those caught in arms races. Biological weapons, after all, promised deterrence, flexibility, accessibility, affordability, fewer soldiers on the battlefield, more efficient enemy casualties, and even targeted assassinations. Now, does this sound familiar? Stepping out of an arms race requires courage and foresight. We have done it before, and we can do it again. As many of you know, I am deeply concerned by the development of giant AI experiments, the frontier models, as they're called now, such as the current reckless scaling of ChatGPT and similar models. And my concerns are shared by many, including those who signed the open letter from the Future of Life Institute, calling for a 6-month pause in the development of systems more powerful than GPT-4. Now, this particular arms race may be the most consequential for humanity, because the incentives to enter the race are high, and yet the risks are even higher. The potential of extinction of the species Homo sapiens, literally everyone in this room and everyone you know dying. Yet when I look at the autonomous weapons race, I feel more optimistic that we could stop it. A majority of UN member states, more than 150 countries I'm told, now want legally binding rules, and this majority continues to grow. There is a strong consensus as to what these rules should look like. Global institutions such as the UN and Red Cross are pushing countries to act. And importantly, the hearts and minds of everyday people across political aisles are instinctively terrified by the idea of autonomous weapons. So, to the decision makers and drafters of international law in this room, you have everything you need to move ahead and take action. If we can agree that driverless cars need rules and regulations, that algorithms with a power to disempower need laws, then surely it is clear that we need legally binding rules to oversee the use of AI in life and death decisions. Regardless of what your convictions are around autonomous weapons, it is not enough to say that, oh, we have no choice, and our adversaries are pursuing them, so what can we do? For one, pursue countermeasures rather than join a suicidal arms race. No treaty will prevent you from defending yourself against autonomous weapons through jammers, lasers, or missile defense systems. Two, create strong normative rules that not only dictate how the systems should be used, but that also prevent manufacturers from ever developing systems that are unpredictable or that target humans. Now, one nation cannot do this alone, even such as Austria. Thankfully, a resounding majority of countries in the UN want to take legally binding action now. We have a narrowing window to act with courage and foresight. History may look back at this period, perhaps to this very conference, and see us at a crossroads. Whether we safeguard humanity's future is now up to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tallinn. Please stay with me on the podium as we will now proceed with our high-level panel discussion. Yes, the one on the very right. The discussion will be under the heading, The Need for Regulation, Action and Partnership. And for the first of two panels, I would like to further invite to the podium Minister Alexander Schallenberg, His Excellency Arnoldo André Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica, His Excellency Dr. Hassan Mahmood, the Honorable Foreign Minister of the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, Member of Parliament, Her Excellency Mirjana Spoljaric-Egger, President of the International Committee of the Red Cross, and His Excellency Eivind Vad-Petersen, State Secretary of Norway. Dr. Hassan Mahmood is here. You will be here, Minister Tinoco? No? Excuse me, Minister Tinoco, you will be here on my side, on the left side. May I ask you to sit down here, please? Your Excellency, thank you. Yes, yours will be here. Thank you very much, and I will be seated just among you. So welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. The title of the first high-level discussion will be Humanity at the Crossroads, Are We Losing Control? And for the next 45 minutes or so, we will focus on why this is such a crucial issue for humanity, and then later on for the second panel, we will discuss what can be done about it. But to first assess the situation, I would like to start with you, Mrs. Spoljaric-Egger. The International Committee of the Red Cross has a historic role in raising concerns about the impact of new weapons technologies in humanitarian as well as in legal compliance terms. So to kick this discussion off, what is the ICRC's assessment of these aspects when it comes to autonomous weapon systems? And what are the main concerns for the ICRC as guardian of international humanitarian law?
Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking the Austrian government and the minister in particular for convening this important conference. I'm so thrilled to see so many people here, and I so hope that we will make progress on this very, very important and urgent matter. We cannot ignore anymore the allegations of use of autonomous weapon systems in situations of armed conflict. What we also observe is that technologies and their potential are becoming more and more complex, are developing faster and faster, and are surpassing the ability of humans to grasp what they are capable of. What we also observe is expanding parameters within which such weapons are potentially used. What we cannot exclude are two things: proliferation across borders, making this an issue of relevance for each and every state. But what we also cannot exclude is the problem of diversion, the fact that such weapon systems can get into the hands of those who not only violate international humanitarian law because they don't know, but who deliberately take into account violations of international humanitarian law. And this is why it is so important to act, and to act very fast. Now, the core problem is more than evident. It is the loss of control over the use of violence. And this is problematic from 2 points of view. The first one is legal. We cannot ensure compliance with IHL anymore if there's no human control over the use of these weapons. And don't forget, autonomous weapon systems can choose the target and action force without human intervention. And more importantly, in the legal context, we lose accountability and responsibility for the use of force. But I want to close by saying it's also problematic from an ethical point of view. What we see today in the different contexts of violence are moral failures in the face of the international community, and we do not want to see such failures accelerating. By giving the responsibility for violence, for the control over violence, over to machines and algorithms. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for your remarks. I would like to turn over to you now, Minister Schallenberg. Austria and you personally have taken a strong interest on the issue of autonomous weapon systems. You've spoken many times about it, and you have also been warning that we cannot let algorithms and machines make the decisions over life and death. The title of today's conference is Humanity at the Crossroads, and in your welcome remarks, you spoke of an Oppenheimer moment. Could you expand why we find ourselves in such a significant moment of time to talk about autonomous weapon systems?
Well, I believe, and first of all, thank you, Mariana. I fully agree with every word she said. It's actually worse than the Oppenheimer moment, to a certain degree. It's the biggest revolution on the battlefield since the invention of gunpowder. But the technology is cheaper, the advances are quicker, and with nuclear weapons, we're still grappling with the effects of the Oppenheimer moment, actually. And you know that Austria is one of the spearheading the TPNW, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. But on this technology, and we just heard it, we have no guarantee, and it probably very quickly will end up in the hands of non-governmental actors, of terrorist groups. And we in politics, we cannot, it's not about being hostile to technology, that is very important. It's about not being naive. And the box of Pandora has been opened already, but we have to make sure that we have rules in place, a ban of fully autonomous weapons where we need it. And you just mentioned it, we have an accountability gap. It's not only a legal issue, not only a question of international humanitarian law, the deeply ethical questions involved and fundamental political questions. What can we let AI do? Where do we need a final human control? And how do we prevent this technology to get fully out of hand? And I believe, and we all know, by the way, how error-prone AI still is, and will probably continue to be because it's human-made, and everything done by human is error-prone. We know the bias of AI because it has been, done by maybe white male programmers. And who at the end of the day is responsible if something goes wrong? The commander, the operator, the software developer? So there are many questions where we have to act urgently, and that's why I believe it is truly an Oppenheimer moment. And I use this term because thanks to the movie, maybe this is something people can relate to. And I'm so thankful again for all of you being here. This is important. We need proactive engagement here. And we hope that we will get out of this conference a positive impulse for the future development of common rules.
Thank you, Minister Schallenberg. Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. Turning over to you now. When we talk about increasing geopolitical tensions, we also have to take a look at the Asian continent. Asia could be the main flashpoint of a potential artificial intelligence and autonomous weapon systems arms race. There are various geopolitical tensions at play at the Asia-Pacific region. So from an Asian perspective, how do you see the security implications of such a potential arms race? And what is the perception of Bangladesh? how would autonomous weapon systems reshape regional security dynamics?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the Australian government, Foreign Ministry, Austrian government, Austrian government, and the Foreign Ministry, and in particular Foreign Minister, for excellent arrangement. And I see the whole global community have gathered here and given a lot of importance to this conference. And for your hospitality also, I want to thank. Indeed, you know that Bangladesh is a very populous country, the most densely populated country of the world, having 1,250 people per square kilometer on an average. I think that is not even the population density in Vienna city. But in our country, the population density is 1,250 per square kilometer. And population is growing. And Asia is a populous region of the world. In India, close to 1.5 billion people, you know. So we are already facing the challenges because of the AI, artificial intelligence, because we need to employ the people in our country. And Bangladesh is a country that sent workers to different countries, for example, in Middle East countries, in different other countries around the globe. More than 10 million people, Bangladeshi people, are working abroad. Mm-hmm. They are already losing their job because of AI in different places. So this is a big challenge. And then you are coming to automatic weapon system. I think we have enough weapon in the world. And the amount of weapon that we have now in the world that can destroy the world many times. So we need automatic weapon. That is the first question, you see. And when this weapon will go to the hand of armed groups, robbers, and etc., what will happen? When this weapon will go in the hand of people who has created many disorder in the globe in recent years or months, what will happen? So that is a big question. I think the question should come first, according to my understanding, whether we need automatic weapon system or not. That is the question. On AI, I am very much in favor of technology. As Austrian Foreign Minister, my beloved friend, has said, I'm very much in favor of technology. We need the technology to feed the people, you know. Many people are starving in the world, not having proper life and shelter. We need the technology for that. We need the technology to explore this space, because the world has been created 4.5 billion years ago. Light is still traveling at the velocity of 186,000 miles per second. Still the light has not been reached to this planet. And how big is the universe is beyond our imagination. So we need to have the technology to get faster speed for human, so that we can go to the Mars, we can go to other nearby planets and explore there, whether it would be possible for human to live. We don't need the technology to destroy ourselves or to kill each other. So from Asian perspective, I would say definitely limited use of AI, and definitely that should be binded by law, is good for the humanity. Mm-hmm. But if when AI will take the job of the people, my question is whether that is required or not.
Yes.
And automatic weapon system, my question, whether we need that or not, that is the first question. So my personal opinion, if you ask me, not as a foreign minister, as a human being, if you ask me the question, whether I support an automatic weapon system, I would say no.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. It has already been stressed in this discussion that political leadership is urgently needed, and this brings me to you, Minister Andre Tinoco. Costa Rica last year hosted a conference for Latin American and Caribbean states on autonomous weapon systems. There, the Belén communique was adopted, which led to yet another communique at the 28th Ibero-American Summit. Could you share with us the reasons and the motivation why your entire subcontinent came together on this particular issue? And what are the main concerns, including social and ethical ones?
First of all, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Austria for having us here, and each and all of you for attending this important conference. The question reflects the commitment of my country to the topic that gathers us today in this beautiful city. For Costa Rica, it is of paramount importance that we build an effective governance structure to regulate autonomous weapon systems. This is why Costa Rica is actively promoting greater dialogue around this topic. And that is the reason why we hosted in February of last year a two-day regional conference to discuss the humanitarian and social impact of autonomous weapon systems and the challenges these systems of weapons could pose on our region. The region has successfully eradicated the threat posed by nuclear weapons, cluster munitions, and biological weapons, and has also collectively rejected the use of explosives in populated areas. This shared history confirms that our countries have the undeniable vocation to promote and safeguard international peace and security. It was therefore only natural that our region should come together once again, this time to promote a dialogue on the need to regulate autonomous weapon systems. The Belén communique underlines the regional commitment to the protection of human dignity and respect of international law, including international humanitarian law. Through the Belén communique, this conference enabled the countries in the region to reaffirm the regional commitment to the protection of human dignity and respect of international law, including international human rights and international humanitarian law. It has also demonstrated that a growing majority of states are willing, through dialogue and cooperation, to achieve a legally binding instrument to regulate autonomous weapon systems. This growing majority is beginning to consolidate into a critical mass of states committed to this common goal, which is key not only to maintaining the momentum of discussion, but also to achieving a concrete result.
Thank you, Minister Andrea Tinoco. Turning to you, State Secretary Peterson, Norway is and always has been a champion of humanitarian disarmament. And the challenge here is to always balance humanitarian principles, the humanitarian imperative, with security concerns. Given the legal and ethical concerns on autonomous weapon systems, how can this balance be kept, especially since Norway is supporting a combination of prohibitions and regulations for autonomous weapon systems?
Thank you very much for that question. I'm also very grateful to our Austrian hosts for convening all of us here today. Yes, every state must look after the security of its inhabitants, just as every state must heed its obligations under international law. Still, I believe we should reject the notion that security and humanitarian concerns are contradictory concerns, that we have to weigh against each other. On the contrary, while military needs might, in some situations, necessitate the use of force, it has been established that neglecting to take into account the protection of civilians and their humanitarian needs will only undermine the goals and aims of whatever military operation is taking place. Past experience has shown us that most military actors do draw the conclusion that protecting civilians and adhering to the law is not only a moral imperative, it's also the smart thing to do in a strategic sense. not complying with international humanitarian law undermines the overall effects of operations, as I am sorry to say we have seen playing out in Gaza over the past few months. With this as a premise, there should be no contradiction between enhancing security and abiding to international humanitarian law. Rather the contrary, we need to use this when we approach new technologies such as autonomous weapons. We believe it's crucial to remember that this is not sort of a legal empty room, so to speak. Existing international humanitarian law also apply to autonomous weapon systems. The challenge in front of us, first and foremost, is to better establish how the existing rules apply to such weapon systems. And from our side, we believe the Secretary General of the UN phrased it well when he called for legally binding instrument to prohibit lethal autonomous weapon systems that function without human control or oversight and which cannot be used in compliance with international humanitarian law. That's the crux of it. And the ban on weapons that operate completely outside human control must be binding to make sense as well. Thank you.
Thank you, State Secretary Peterson. We have now heard a lot of interesting political views on the subject, and I would now like to take a step aside to get into a more philosophical domain, which brings me to you, Mr. Tallinn. I think we all agree that autonomous weapon systems are coming. It seems to be an unstoppable trend, despite the fact that there's widely shared concern about this development and what it may mean for humanity. And one might come to the conclusion that we humans are not very good at addressing risks, even potentially existential ones, as long as we cannot see them with our own eyes. You have done a lot of thinking about existential risks, so I'd like to ask you, are we incapable of acting preventatively? Or to be even more provocative, are we proactively taking decisions today that may undermine our very own future as a species?
So certainly a small subset of humans are taking decisions that do undermine our future as species, but we're definitely capable of acting preventatively. I mean, probably like many people in this room have had the experience of like being afraid of some crisis situation in your life, but actually when this crisis happens, you see that your head clears up and you're starting to think logically and pragmatically. So I think we should kind of take inspiration from these moments and also in this situation start thinking logically and pragmatically. By logically, I mean that we need to kind of take a step back and realize that in both kind of autonomous weapons situation, autonomous weapons situation, as well as the kind of larger AI intelligence race or suicide race, as I call it in general, we are in an arms race situation. And the reason why you're in an arms race situation is that other people are in an arms race situation. You're not doing it for your own interest, you're just doing it because others are doing it. So your local incentives kind of contradict your long-term incentives. So you need to kind of try to break out from this local situation. And one thing that might help is just thinking about like what were the previous successes. For example, when people say that, well, we can never change the trajectory of technology. Oh, yes, we can. We have, for example, banned human cloning, even though it's perfectly doable and there probably are economic incentives to do that. We just don't do it. And more relevantly for this conference, we have acted preventatively on banning blinding laser weapons, not to mention constraints on biological, chemical, and nuclear. So yes, we can prevent the normalization and proliferation of autonomous weapons. The other thing is that we need to think pragmatically. So like the main arena currently where these issues are discussed is the UN CCW. But the problem there is that Russia and other countries, they have veto power, so like it's completely paralyzed from what I understand. So unless you think people or like countries in that group will change their minds, and I don't, we need to just go around it and use the UN General Assembly instead. And so we should, also we should kind of keep in mind that treaty is going to be specific. It wouldn't kind of prevent us from developing countermeasures and defenses against autonomous weapons.
Thank you, Mr. Tallinn, for your assessment. I think it shows how urgently we need to address these challenges. Mrs. Boljaric-Egger, one approach to do so is to create norms and rules, and the ICRC is very clear on this subject. It is calling for new international law rules on autonomous weapon systems. Can you explain to us how they would fit within the existing international legal framework, which already sets limitations to the development and the use of autonomous weapon systems in armed conflict? Why is new law needed?
I want to come back to the Oppenheimer moment, because Alexander, I think you have not only defined the leitmotif of this conference and the process that we want to see around this topic, but it's also the leitmotif when we look at the massive and systematic violations of international humanitarian law happening currently across the globe. Now, autonomous weapon systems don't operate in a lawless space already today. We have the Geneva Conventions ratified by all states. They define the rules, the basic rules of humanitarian law that apply. They are universal. Again, ratified by all states. All states are already under an obligation to make sure that autonomous weapon systems don't violate IHL. However, IHL isn't static. IHL has always developed over the last centuries and has always adapted to new technologies and new possibilities in warfare. We have seen the adoption of 8 treaties over the last 3 decades in the context of humanitarian law. Take the Mine Ban Treaty, responding to a certain challenge. And trust me, these treaties are saving lives. They are having an impact even though they are not ratified by all states, as the Geneva Conventions are. But they draw their authority, in part at least, from the Geneva Conventions. So don't be disencouraged by the fact that not all states might be in favor of a new normative framework, but we need one. As far as the ICRC is concerned, we need a framework that contains explicit bans. Bans on autonomous weapon systems that target humans, and bans on autonomous weapon systems that are unpredictable. Autonomous weapons that automatically and independently of human control choose targets, define the moment, and the object of attack. These bans are important because they help us unpack the complexities attached to this issue. And then there are other places in the legal sphere that need to be better regulated. The duration of the deployment of autonomous weapon systems, just as an example. So there are many things that our Chief Legal Counsel will be able to discuss with you over the next 2 days. But what I want to make clear here, it's not a lawless space, but it is a huge opportunity to further define and to help states and weapons bearers to comply with IHL and to avoid civilian death, because that's the spirit of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister Andrei Tinoco, the development of AI and autonomous weapon systems is, at least at the moment, driven by a small number of states. And we can say that there is a divide on this issue between North and South and between developed and developing countries. But given their military advantages, it is highly likely that autonomous weapon systems will be adopted by most militaries, and this will have global repercussions. So, building on what the president of the ICRC just said, what can the majority of countries do at this stage? What agency do they have? And how can they safeguard their interest on this issue when they currently do not drive the technological revolution, but will most likely be impacted by it very soon?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. This question addresses very important aspects of the issue at hand. On the one hand, it highlights the transformative nature of new technologies and how they are already changing our reality. Traditionally, only a few states have been able to afford to take part in the various arms races that have taken place throughout history. In the past, only a few states were able to compete in the development of expensive and highly technical new weapon systems. Think about the nuclear race during the Cold War, for example. It was a race for the security of the few. Nowadays, however, the easy availability of autonomous weapon systems removes the previous limitations that ensured that only a few entered the race. Travelingly, students with their 3D printers and basic programming knowledge can now print and program drones with the capacity to cause widespread casualties. This availability is an invitation to wage war at a lower economic cost with a capacity of much higher human cost. So, on the one hand, autonomous weapon systems have forever changed the concept of international stability. On the other hand, autonomous weapon systems also reinforce the stark differences between North and South. Programmers, usually trained and guided to meet the security needs of the North, embed their specific realities and preconceptions of the systems they will deploy elsewhere. When these technologies arrive in the global South, they embed the social constructions and biases that generally don't adapt to the reality where they will be used. This increases the likelihood that traditionally vulnerable groups will be specifically affected by this disparity of realities. As you can see, the ethical issues surrounding the use of autonomous weapons systems are considerable, and the different needs and challenges that each region faces on this issue must be taken into account in order to ensure the best regulation regime that we can construct. The challenges in Africa are not the same as those in Latin America and the Caribbean. At the Belém conference, we heard concerns about organized crime and other non-state actors gaining access to these systems. In African countries, at last ECOWAS conference, we heard that the main concern is how private security organizations will use these systems and the potential damage that the transfer and diversion of these systems can cause in the region. At the last conference in the Asia-Pacific region last year, participants were particularly concerned about the environmental impact of these systems, a perspective never before discussed in Geneva. As you can see, some concerns are very specific to particular realities, while others respond to a great common concern. However, the only way to address both is the same. We must unite our voices from Latin America and the Caribbean to Africa, Asia, and Europe. Both producers and recipients must come together for the sake of a safer future for all. We must come together to build an effective structure of prohibition and regulations for autonomous weapon systems. This is why my country will continue to advocate and promote a legally binding instrument to address the matter of autonomous weapons systems.
Thank you, Minister André Tinoco. I would like to open another chapter with you now, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. Multilateralism and international law are extremely challenged by the increasing geopolitical situation. And at the same time, they are the tools for the international community to try to counter or to contain geopolitical competition. So what can and should the international community do to avoid going down a path on autonomous weapon systems? So, because that may lead to very negative consequences for all of us.
Definitely. I said earlier whether I'm in favor of autonomous weapon system. But this is the reality, you know, we have to embrace the reality. But we must have a strict, legally binding law to regulate the autonomous weapon system. And also, I mean, you see in the globe, the conflict is going on at many places. And in Gaza, what is happening, I mean, all the humanitarian law are not practiced there. And denying, I mean, the people in Gaza are denied to access even UN-supported aid. When people rallied there to take the aid, there was bombardment, attack on them. So when there will be autonomous weapon in the hand of few people to the armed groups, non-state actors, what would be the case? I can't imagine. You see, we made a mistake. The human being made a mistake after the Industrial Revolution, and we have created the climate change. This is because of our fault. So we should not do, and because of this fault, what are the challenges we are facing today around the globe? Everybody is affected, whether he's in America or in Russia or in China, India, Bangladesh, or in Austria, Europe. Everybody is facing the challenges. Maybe we are facing more, but everybody is facing, because we are the passenger of the same lifeboat, the planet Earth. So if we make another fault without regulation, having AI, artificial intelligence, then you have to face another challenge in future, I tell you. And autonomous weapon system, that is even bigger challenge. There should be international law, legally binding international law on both the items, AI and autonomous weapon system. Thereby we control that. Otherwise we cannot control. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan Mahmoud. Over to you, State Secretary Peterson, with a rather similar question. The rapid progress of AI and the development of autonomous weapon systems take place in a worsening geopolitical environment, and this affects Asia, as we have heard. It affects Europe and other parts of the world, and it also does have a negative impact on multilateral cooperation as a whole. So Norway is so strongly committed to multilateralism and international law. In light of such fundamental developments, how can we best support and safeguard multilateral cooperation and international law?
Well, Norway's history in in humanitarian disarmament has been referenced, and I'm proud of the role we played in achieving a ban on landmines and later on cluster munitions. But what we're confronted now is something very different, because what we did then was, in a sense, cleaning up the sins of the past, of weapon systems that turned out to have terrible humanitarian consequences. And in addition, there were a large number of victims of landmines and cluster munitions that could speak out and be very strong voices for proper regulation of these terrible weapons. To my knowledge, there are not yet many victims in the world of autonomous weapons. So this is conceptually something completely different. We are trying to regulate the future, in a sense. And when we do that, yes, multilateralism has to be key. I mean, just speaking for my own country, we're not a big country. We rely on multilateral solutions, multilateral institutions to protect our security and our interests. And when we engage in how to regulate autonomous weapons, it of course has to be a multilateral process, a process sensitive to the interests of all states, not only the big military powers. And still, we must be realistic and honest with ourselves that if such a process is to be effectful, those powers thought to be willing and able to employ autonomous weapons ought to be on board with the regulation as well. But still, we need to act multilaterally, of course. Secondly, transparency and inclusion. We must engage with and include stakeholders from outside governments, and I speak as a representative of a government myself. Civil society, international organizations are of course essential, but we also need perspectives from business, industry, academic insights, and many more. And then thirdly, and I come back to this point, we need to remember that we actually have quite a bit of very important international humanitarian law that also apply to autonomous weapons. And the challenge, we believe, in essence, is to agree on how to apply existing rules to a new area. So on those three principles, I think we should be able to move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, State Secretary Peterson. Which brings me back to you, Minister Schallenberg. We have now heard many concerns about the security implications of autonomous weapon systems in the future, and we have to say at this point that this future is not too distant anymore. AI technology is developing extremely rapidly, and the difficult geopolitical situation is driving this development and is making it also very challenging to find regulations. So given these problems, and coming back to the Oppenheimer moment you mentioned before, is it necessary and is it even possible to try to develop new rules for autonomous weapon systems? And can this be done when there is so little trust between the geopolitical competitors and the very same countries are also driving this trend towards autonomous weapon systems?
Well, thank you. The short answer could be simply yes, absolutely.
Well, then over
yes,
to you.
We do have a situation where we have geopolitical tensions, but I would say, when did we have a situation without tensions? They're higher now than they were in the past, I agree, but this might be an obstacle, but it's definitely no excuse. And we strongly believe, and we heard about the Ottawa Convention, we had the same on cluster ammunition. It is a beginning of a process, always difficult. What we are creating here, what we're trying to create here, is a kind of PPP, a public-private partnership, to raise awareness, to change the concept. We all know the movies Terminator, Matrix, and whatever they're called. We don't want killer robots. It's as easy as that. It's a catchphrase. We need rules of engagement. We need a ban on fully autonomous weapons systems where there's no human intervention whatsoever. So I would say the rules of war, and I agree with you, Mariana, nothing happens in a void. But the rules of war date back to 150 years, the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Convention, and others. They need an update urgently. So tensions are there, but this is no excuse. We need the political will, and I believe if we look at this room, and that's what I love so much, we ministers, we're having the support of the UN, the Secretary General himself, we have the support of the International Committee of Red Cross. I look into the room, I see 3/4 of this planet united here. Academia, people who can apport a lot to this debate, from NGOs, from outside. So this is a positive thing. It's for me, this is multilateralism as I want to see it. Not in a reactive way, in a crisis management way, which was in the last couple of years our approach. This is proactive. We are trying, as you said, to do something for the future. And I believe this, I would love to see a kind of spirit of Vienna, the starting point of a process where we do have at the end meaningful rules. Not everybody will agree to that at the first moment. Yes, we had the same experience in Ottawa on the Anti-Personnel Mines Convention. We had the same experience with the cluster munitions. We do have the same experience now on nuclear weapons. But let's not despair. Let's see the potential, let's see the dynamic, and let's have the patience and the courage to do the right thing for the next generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Schallenberg, for your motivational remarks. I would like to give Mr. Tallinn the last word on the first panel. Mr. Tallinn, as tech entrepreneur, you have been warning about the risks of AI and autonomous weapon systems for several years. But the political debate about the risks of AI is much more advanced about civilian applications than in the military domain. although there are also very obvious and extremely serious risks involved. What advice would you give to political leaders and all stakeholders, really? How can they elevate the debate more on this dimension, especially on autonomous weapon systems? And my second question for you as a tech expert, what role do you see for the tech industry in this debate? And after hearing all the views expressed, do you have any final comments that you would like to share with us?
Sure, thank you. So indeed, as an entrepreneur, I tend to think about, try to kind of identify what are the bottlenecks and how can you address the bottlenecks or go around them. So as I mentioned earlier, if CCW is a bottleneck, just address it or go around it. And when it comes to political leaders, I do think that the bottleneck in kind of political leadership currently is sort of lack of understanding. These topics are very new and tend to be like not your kind of direct domain of expertise. So I would highly recommend people in political offices to reach out to either the Cambridge Center for the Study of Existential Risk or Future of Life Institutes, to organizations that I have co-founded. We are happy to provide inputs to your work. Because like these issues really are too important to left to the kind of big tech in Silicon Valley or industry in general to just decide as they go along. And speaking of like industry, I have like a less understanding and contact with the actual kind of arms manufacturers, but I do have like a very good contact with Silicon Valley leaders. In fact, I'm coming here to Vienna from flying here from San Jose because I was in Silicon Valley for the last 2 weeks and talking to many leaders there. I think it's important to point out that they are human too, so it's kind of not. It's important to kind of not dehumanize the leaders. It's important to kind of realize. At the same time, it's important to realize that they have incentives. They have incentives and kind of responsibilities to their sort of shareholders and to their employees, etc., that might not be aligned with the incentives of the rest of the humanity because of the economic and other incentives. When it comes to industry, I think it's important to kind of engage them in discussions, but kind of be wary that these people and companies have like different incentives. What was I going to say? So I think the third question about the comments on this panel. I mean, one thing that I would add perhaps is the thing that I also highlighted in the talk. Like AI will get more capable, and then we should think a few steps ahead. So when it comes to particular autonomous weapons, we will get to the point where it's possible to distinguish between individual humans, individual kind of ethnic properties and whatnot. That kind of like would be a horrible kind of tool in the hands of people who can do just basic crimes against humanity. So it's important this should be a key part of the conversation and treaty. When it comes to the comments on the panel, there are a few things that would highlight. First of all, like there was the mention of kind of lack of accountability. I do think it's important to see like what has happened in the cyberspace. Like there are like attacks happening like every day, and many of them just cannot be attributed to anyone. Once you have systems that are just autonomously kind of acting there on a battlefield and in the physical space in general, we might have a similar situation. Like a bunch of people die, and we will never figure out like who was behind this attack. So it's important to keep that in mind. The other thing is kind of making sure that you kind of delineate the red lines and really kind of make them clear and really insist on making it legally binding to not cross those red lines, because then you have some kind of invariant that you can lean on in kind of political discussions. And finally, I do think it's important to recognize that we have the majority and not be shy about it. And it's both a majority in terms of number of countries who kind of are interested in making sure that we have some constraints, but also it's a majority in terms of people who would be kind of affected by these like negative externalities. Just like Mr. Mahmoud mentioned that there are people losing jobs already in Bangladesh. So we need to be, at the speaker's dinner yesterday, there was this term that came up. We need like convergence, and we need to kind of like send practical signals of converging with a majority, be it kind of global south or global majority, that kind of are signals of empathy that they are not going to be left behind, because only by doing that we kind of create kind of legitimacy that we can act against sort of the bad incentives of few companies or countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tallinn, for your closing remarks. This brings the first panel to a close. I would like to thank all the esteemed speakers for sharing their very pertinent views. We heard a broad spectrum of concerns regarding autonomous weapon systems and what they will mean for humanity. And I think it's clear that everyone on this podium agrees that this is a significant moment of time, a true crossroads for humanity. The key question will be what can be done to address this issue on an international level, and how can we do so? And these will be the exact questions that we will discuss on the second high-level political panel. But first, let's have a short coffee break. Please enjoy. I would like to ask all of you to be back at 11:50 in this room for panel 2. Thank you very much. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second part of our high-level political discussion. The first part focused on the concerns related to autonomous weapon systems, and this part will now concentrate on the question how to move forward on the issue in the context of a very challenging geopolitical situation. And it will also consider the important role artificial intelligence competition plays globally, already today and also in the future. Highly interesting questions that I'm keen to talk about with my distinguished guests on this panel. I have the pleasure to be joined here by His Excellency Ili Hassani, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania. His Excellency Timothy Musa Kaba, Foreign Minister of Sierra Leone. Hello. Her Excellency Aruni Vijayawardene, Foreign Secretary of Sri Lanka. Her Excellency Izumi Nakamitsu, United Nations High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. And Dr. Anthony Aguirre, Executive Director of the Future of Life Institute. And I have to excuse Minister Alexander Schallenberg. Unfortunately, he was called away at very short notice. Yes, please. Mr. Aguirre, you'll be seated here. Again, I have the honor of being just in the middle of you. Thank you very much. And I would like to start right away with you, Mr. Anthony Aguirre. The Future of Life Institute is at the pulse of discussing transformative technologies and how to mitigate their risks and ensure it benefits all societies. 1 year ago, the Institute launched a prominent letter calling for an immediate pause of training of enhanced AI systems, so there would be enough and more time to discuss limits to avoid creating digital mines that no one can understand, predict, or reliably control. Autonomous weapon systems are at the very core of this debate. So to kick this discussion off, could you share with us your thoughts on what action is necessary and how this can be done when we're looking at the current race of AI competition in global politics and severe geopolitical tensions?
Yes. So a decade ago, when the Future of Life Institute, among others, started talking about the risks of autonomous weapons and about general-purpose artificial intelligence, both of those things were mostly dismissed as science fiction. 5 years ago, pretty much the same thing. In the last year, people are not saying that so much anymore, because those systems are here. We've seen human competitive artificial general-purpose intelligence, and we've seen autonomous weapons on the battlefield from Ukraine to Gaza and elsewhere, and even seen, and all those systems are here. So when we, in 2017, put out the movie Slaughterbots, it was to point out that there was this risk of large numbers of autonomous weapons, drones, a new method of weapons of mass destruction. And we also put out a sort of satirical website of the fictional company, Stratoenergetics, that created the Slaughterbots. At the time, the companies that were developing autonomous weapons, and there were some, were doing so very quietly. But if you look now at this satirical website, it's indistinguishable from several of the actual companies that are developing autonomous weapons now. So the future of Slaughterbots is essentially here. We've seen also the replicator program from the United States promising large numbers of cheap autonomous weapons. So if we're trying to create the future that Slaughterbots pointed to, is that really what we want? It seems like outside of a few parties who have a economic interest in it, we really don't. I mean, artificial intelligence researchers are overwhelmingly against the development and use of these systems. That's what we've seen. The general public, deeply against them. We've seen here in the hundreds of countries, or the 100+ countries that are present and the hundreds of others, that there's a strong international consensus that these weapons pose a profound proliferation risk, a profound destabilization risk, and a profound ethical risk. So, we have to ask, why is that happening? Why are they happening nonetheless? And I think it's not just that militaries, want their military equipment, they want their weapons. Of course, that is true. But I think even from the most sort of responsible parties, we get over and over again this refrain of, if it's not us, if we don't have them, if we don't develop them, then they will. And this is how we get into a race. And it's very difficult to get out of those races once you're deeply in them, even when it turns out that it's a suicide race. But it is possible. It can be done. As Jan mentioned, at the height of the Cold War, the Biological Weapons Convention was passed, and it was negotiated between the US and the Soviet Union, who were bitter geopolitical rivals. Similarly for the Outer Space Treaty, which is a quite inspiring treaty that prevents us from having nuclear weapons in space, profoundly destabilizing. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty that is extremely idealistic and has been a very effective measure in preventing proliferation of nuclear weapons all over. The START treaties, which were generated largely realizing that the nuclear weapons race really was a suicide race in the sense that that nuclear winter would cause any large-scale nuclear attack to essentially be a suicide. So this has happened several times. We have a mixed record, but we have done it before, and it can happen again. So I think that we should be hopeful, and I think all of you being here is a testament to that hope. But I think we also have to be realistic and honest. One honest thing I think we have to admit is that the process at the CCW is a dead end. This is a process that is pure consensus, and Russia and other countries are going to block any meaningful measure on autonomous weapons as a strictly related thing, and they're not going to change their minds. So as Jan said, we're just going to have to go around. I think we should also not accept the dishonest argument that countries absolutely have to have autonomous weapons to protect themselves against other autonomous weapons. A treaty limiting autonomous weapons would not in any way preclude countries from developing defenses against them, as Jan pointed out, whether they be laser or jamming or electronic or anything else. And indeed, nations should do this, just as we have defenses against bioweapons, even with the Bioweapons Convention. But those defenses are PPE and vaccines, not other bioweapons. The same thing for autonomous weapons. The best way to defend against them would be other measures. I think we should also be honest in admitting that voluntary frameworks, while positive and well-intentioned, aren't really going to do much of anything to curtail the race, to stop the large-scale proliferation, or to prevent terrorists or rogue actors from accessing these new weapons. So in short, I think we need a new treaty, and that treaty needs to be negotiated in the UN General Assembly, and I hope that everyone here can help push towards making that happen.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. You've mentioned it already. High Representative Nakamitsu, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres is frequently expressing concerns regarding the development of autonomous weapon systems, especially in times of increasing geopolitical tensions. He has called for urgent action for a legally binding instrument by 2026. What are the reasons for this very concrete and urgent call? And from the UN perspective, what further actions should the international community take regarding this matter?
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. Well, let's remember that the Secretary General has been actually taking quite forward-leaning positions for several years now. He's been saying for several years that the idea of machines taking the decision to take human life is morally repugnant and politically unacceptable, and it should be prohibited by law. And last year, in his new Agenda for Peace, he did indeed call on states to negotiate and conclude by 2026 a legally binding instrument to prohibit fully autonomous weapon systems, and of course regulate all other types of autonomous weapon systems. And for us, we think it is really important that all states, especially those military big powers, significant military powers, will be part of that negotiations. And of course, wide and inclusive participation and universal adherence, if you like, to such a legally binding instrument will be absolutely key. Now, I want to actually talk about why legally binding instruments, because we believe, as we have already heard, voluntary measures would not be sufficient. In order to ensure that human maintains control over the decisions to use lethal force, absolutely critical have legally binding instrument, and to effectively prohibit and regulate weapon systems, we need to have legally binding instrument. And thirdly, I think it is important to remember that states have the same understandings of the rules, how they apply to these systems is key, and that's one of the reasons why we need to also have the legally binding instruments. You know, we've noted, I mean, under the CCW group of governmental experts, these issues have been discussed, and then we have noted that states still have differing interpretations, if you will, of how rules and norms of international humanitarian law actually apply to these weapon systems. And there are, of course, certain gaps, etc., in the international instruments. So we need to fill those gaps through legally binding instruments. Now, and finally, of course, legally binding instrument is the strongest expression, if you will, of the state's consent to be, to be bound. And legally binding instruments can, of course, establish both positive and negative obligations, what to do and what not to do, and strengthen and specify the application of IHL, and could potentially also include compliance and monitoring mechanisms under such a legally binding instruments. And finally, additional and complementary voluntary and confidence-building measures could be attached to such a legally binding instrument as well. Now, instruments should contain prohibitions and regulations I mentioned already. Prohibitions should be about those fully autonomous weapon systems that we know that cannot be used in accordance with international humanitarian law, but the regulations of other types of autonomous weapon systems, and those regulations could include, for example, limits on the types of targets, the duration, geographical scope, and scale of operation, and also incorporation of self-destruct deactivation safeguards, things like that. And so I think, we need to have a comprehensive set of legally binding instruments if we are really to effectively control these mechanisms. And there are many things that states really have to do. 2026 is just around the corner.
It's just around the corner. You're right. Thank you very much, High Representative Nakamitsu. Minister Hassani, many militaries are currently upgrading to these systems and will be upgrading to these systems. NATO, which Albania, of course, is a member of, is also very much focused on integrating autonomy into its capabilities. At the same time, it is acknowledging that there are serious legal and ethical issues and security concerns. So there is a tension between the military interest and the utility of such weapons on one side, and on the other side, the need for international law, norms, and values to be respected when autonomous weapons are used, especially with regard to the role of humans. So my question to you is, how can we move through this tension, especially when we project into the future?
Many thanks for the question, and let me start by thanking Alexander Schallenberg and the Austrian Foreign Ministry for organizing such a timely event. I'm pretty sure James Cameron and Arnold Schwarzenegger 40 years ago wouldn't have thought that we are coming into this format and discussing such an important topic in such a realistic and not futuristic anymore way of thinking. For all reasons, I do not represent NATO, but I represent a country that is a member of NATO. My response is quite easy, because I'm talking about an organization where all the 32 members, all the 32 countries that are involved into it are very responsible in terms of human rights, fundamental freedoms, and we are the strongest and the biggest defense alliance in the world that takes seriously every single matter of concern like this one on autonomous weapon systems. And this is not a dogmatic way of saying things. This is not a rhetoric. This is not propaganda. This is a reality that NATO allies are doing, and many other countries in the world, like-minded like us, are continuously doing it. For me, it has been very interesting to see somebody thinking differently from what we think. And the panelists here, I think we are all like-minded. And I'm pretty sure that we represent the vast majority of the countries in the world, and this should continue. And this was the reason why Albania supported the Austrian initiative at the General Assembly in 2023. We were one of the many co-sponsors of the resolution that was passed in the General Assembly in 2023, and we'll continue we will continue to focus on these endeavors, because accountability based on human rights is the fundamentals of all our endeavors. I don't want to go into the philosophical aspects of the whole discussion, because many of the previous speakers and others during the day will continue to do that. Of course, using the machinery reduces the human touch, reduces the human responsibility on committing actions, but at the same time we have to make and create the necessary mechanisms. History has shown that no governments, international organizations, or treaties can stop development for good or bad. And what we should do is to regulate as much as possible, to continue to regulate and to continue to regulate, because conflicts are now expanding, conflicts are present, and in many aspects we don't see any more facts from the same direction. We don't see facts anymore from closer, different angles. We see facts in opposition, and I'm referring here to a conflict that is 800 kilometers away from here, from Vienna. It's a war of aggression against Ukraine from the Russian Federation, and the Russian Federation is violating every possible international law, including the setup of accepting the international law per se, including violating international humanitarian law, and so on and so forth. So the preparation, the work done by the like-minded countries that truly believe that the future should be always regulated to accept these fundamental rights and freedoms, including the fact that we have to control in every aspect the use of autonomous weapon systems is so good, and I'm so happy to see such a great participation into this room, into a room that reminds us of the 17th, 18th century, where many treaties were dealt here in Vienna, and we have to continue in that path. Back to NATO, it's a set of engagements that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization has been doing, not only in terms of the regulations and internal setup, but also in terms of the use of the system of the systems, and in terms of training and sharing the experiences with all the like-minded. And I think such setup should be the necessary basis for all others that would like to adopt elements of it or to adopt it fully. Let's progress all together. Let's discuss issues all together. But again, it's so important to see that the attention of the majority of the countries in this world is here, and it's focused on this regulation that we, as I said, we will continue to fully support.
Thank you, Minister Hassani, for your remarks. Foreign Secretary Vicevardene. The regional security perspective in Asia is challenging. We have heard about this already, and geopolitical tensions are increasing in the Asia-Pacific region. Autonomous weapon systems could end up being in widespread use in several contexts in Asia. So given this situation, what is your opinion? What lines need to be drawn and definitely not crossed on autonomous weapon systems?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, let me also begin by congratulating the government of Austria for bringing this very timely gathering together. We really appreciate the leading role that Austria has played on this issue, as with other issues of disarmament in the past. Sri Lanka is a country that has always supported global disarmament initiatives, both in relation to weapons, conventional weapons, as well as weapons of mass destruction. We also have highlighted the importance of humanitarian principles in the use of weapons. So therefore, we are very pleased to be closely associated with this initiative from the inception. We have supported a legally binding prohibition, and we are glad to see that there is momentum on this issue. You asked me about Asia. As with other parts of the world right now, we see increase in tensions in many theaters. Asia is no exception. The focus of emphasis on Asia for geopolitical, geo-economic reasons is also for good reasons. That is, there is good economic growth happening in Asia, there is good technological and other forms of development which benefit people very well. So there are many positive developments. However, we see that there is a rise in geostrategic focus on Asia. If you look at East Asia, you have the Korean Peninsula with so many unresolved issues. You also have the nuclear dimension of the Korean Peninsula. We also see the ocean being involved in many geostrategic tensions right now, South China Seas, etc., with very critical choke points for trade and supply routes. If you take South Asia, there is still unresolved conflicts in the South Asian subcontinent. And if you go to West Asia, then you see right now unraveling in front of our own eyes the injustices and humanitarian crisis happening in that region. So yes, indeed, there is a rise in conflict in Asia, and the use of autonomous weapons can hugely complicate the impact on human beings and on these conflicts. You asked what are the key points that we would not like to see crossed in this. Where Sri Lanka is concerned, we are very focused that there should be the human element, the human judgment element in the use of autonomous weapons must be retained, because accountability cannot be to an algorithm or a robot. In this kind of situations of life and death, there are principles of accountability. In addition, there are principles like proportionality and also civilian distinction between civilian and military targets, whether they are civilian population or civilian establishments like hospitals, schools, etc. So all of these become very blurred in the use of, in the context of the use of autonomous weapons, because decisions are not taken by human beings. The judgment element is missing in this. We are also very concerned about this possible spread of these weapons to non-state actors. We've had in our own country a struggle against terrorism, and we know that this is an extremely significant dimension of the use of autonomous weapons. It is also linked closely to regulation of the cyberspace, which is a non-sovereign space. So development of regulation on autonomous weapons has to go side by side with the regulation of cyberspace and related technologies in cyberspace. We also are concerned about the unintended consequences that autonomous weapons can generate, because again, due to lack of human intervention in the process. We also know that autonomous weapons have, based on algorithms that have data bias, and this can lead to injustices to segments of populations, etc. Autonomous weapons can also, based on the algorithms that are used and the data that is used, be used to target specific groups or specific races or locations. So all this we see as highly complicating factors in the use of autonomous weapons. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Foreign Secretary, for your remarks, for the assessment of the situation in Asia also. And I would like to pose a similar question to you, Minister Musa Kaba. Sierra Leone has shown strong leadership on the issue of autonomous weapon systems. You have just hosted a regional conference in Freetown on this topic. But the issue itself sometimes may be perceived as a little bit removed from the immediate challenges that are faced by African states. And at the same time, and given the possible impact of autonomous weapon systems, it is crucial that African states are also developing regional perspectives. What are the main concerns that are voiced by African states, for instance, at the Freetown conference, and what further regional approaches could be taken?
Thank you. Let me start by thanking Austria for convening this very important meeting on the topic Humanity at Crossroads. And it provides the platform for the continuation of the discussion on autonomous weapons system, an existential risk, one that forebodes grave consequences for the future of humanity. And one, like you rightly said, there are many challenges that Africa is fraught with, such as the merciless march of climate change, violent terrorism. Of course, you've seen an uptick in unconstitutional takeover of power in West Africa. There's increase in terrorist activities in the Sahel. These are all challenges: food insecurity, discrimination, and inequality. But again, Africa has had a past which always reckons with a revolutionary advancement in our civilization. When the steam engine was invented, it enabled voyages that went to Africa and made the transatlantic slave trade possible. When the gunpowder was found, it also served as an enabler for conflict in Africa during the Cold War and after the Cold War. And then the atomic energy, which has now made Africa, the shores of Africa, as a dumping ground for nuclear waste. So if we're talking about AI, we're very much concerned. We're concerned because AI, which should be used for scientific development and socio-political development, could be used to destroy, especially given the violent activities in West Africa and in Africa in general. You've got deleterious non-state actors, in the area where we've seen, the departure of past colonial, associated countries from West Africa, which is giving room to other non-state actors that are coming from other spheres of the world, having intense activities, being attracted to the West African region. Particularly for Sierra Leone, the reason why we took leadership in occasioning the African Conference on Autonomous Weapons System is the fact that we are leveraging on our past, a country that has itself seen one of Africa's most gruesome civil conflict that decimated over 50,000 of our compatriots, and also the fact that our membership in the United Nations Security Council provides that informed participatory texture to our involvement in global issues such as the autonomous weapons system. I think I am flabbergasted at the composition of this room, that almost every nation of the world is somehow represented. And this tells you that the imperative need for us to come with a legally binding regulatory instrument cannot be overemphasized. Let me also reiterate the statement made by the Secretary General of the United Nations when he said that it is morally repugnant and politically unacceptable for the use of autonomous weapons to persist. We don't produce autonomous weapons, but we have the risk, and so therefore it is our cup of tea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Musa Kaba, for your perspectives. And this does bring me back to you, High Representative Nakamitsu. You have been observing the international discussion on autonomous weapon systems very closely for many years. So I would like to ask you for your assessment. What are the main political stumbling blocks? And maybe even more importantly, what can be done to overcome them? How do you see the responsibility of UN member states to move forward despite the current challenges that we have been listening to?
Thank you for that question. Before going into the stumbling blocks or the obstacles, I do want to recognize that important convergences have been achieved through many years of discussions. But this said, there are three challenges that we see in this area. The first is obviously the challenge of political will, especially not so strong from major strong military powers and also technologically advanced countries. So I think it's really important to achieve or establish a common understanding that at the end of the day, having fully autonomous weapon systems and no regulations, etc., is not in the security interest of all, including big military powers. So we need to have that common understanding. The second challenge is obviously the sort of greater geopolitical environment. We don't have at the moment mutual trust in the multilateral discussions, and that is definitely a key stumbling block in the multilateral discussions that are currently taking place. The third one, I would say, I think there are still some technical and legal discussions that member states really need to overcome. Because, you know, the characteristics or definitions of exactly what we mean by fully autonomous weapon systems, for example, you know, the different terminologies, human control, meaning for human control, or humans in the loop, or human judgment. These different terminologies represent slightly different concepts. So I think states really still have to deepen these kinds of technical and legal discussions and then achieve a common understandings. And on that basis, I would definitely suggest that states move to negotiations of a legally binding instrument. As I mentioned already, such a negotiation will need to be inclusive and that have to involve major military powers as well. So, you know, take advantage of those various multilateral UN platforms. I mean, at the moment, discussions are taking place in the CCW, GGE, but there are also other UN platforms, including the UN General Assembly. Now, I would also like to put here, take advantage of the Summit of the Future. At the moment, member states are negotiating Pact for the Future. If you are able to include a commitment from your member states that this is a key issue and that you need to, you know, states need to move to a negotiation of a legally binding instruments and that they are committed for that, I think that will be a major achievement. So these are some of the things that member states can do. And finally, I would again emphasize that taking preemptive and preventative approach to this issue is really critical. But this said, I think it's no longer a really futuristic weapon systems. I think we are beginning to see that this kind of system is now being tested in the actual battlefield. So the urgency is there. We can't wait for many, many years, before the negotiations for a legally binding instrument can take place. So it's really up to member states whether to take advantage of the current moment and then make sure that their security interest, everyone's security interest, will be protected or not.
Thank you very much, High Representative Nakamitsu. As you have stated, the UN Secretary General has challenged the international community to work urgently for a legally binding instrument by 2026. But geopolitics today are very tense, and international consensus is hard to find on any issue, let alone on security issues. So this leads to some of the key political questions. Should we move forward towards this goal despite the challenges, and how can we do so? What can be done to strengthen political momentum and to foster international consensus? And what can or should be done if international consensus on autonomous weapon systems remains elusive? These are very complex and challenging questions. That's why I would like to pose them to all of you on this panel, starting with you, please, Minister Hassani.
Alexander Schallenberg an hour ago said, we have to be proactive and not reactive. And this is the line that we should continue not only on this specific topic, but on many topics of great interest, because multilateralism is suffering, and it's suffering for many reasons, and not recently, but at least in the last 2 decades, we see different international actors behaving differently. And with the rise of the artificial intelligence, many question marks are being raised that we have to respond, and we have to respond accordingly, and we have to respond in all the formats that we are represented, starting from the United Nations. And more than happy to support the logic and the initiatives of the Secretary General, with the hope of having a report in 2026. As Ms. Nakamitsu was saying, 2026 is behind the door. It's today. It's not in 2 years' time. It's today. And if we continue with this rhythm, I think 2026 will be even yesterday with how we are working and how we are reacting. There is the possibility, I was told, correct me, Ms. Nakamitsu, if I'm wrong, there is a possibility to create a group of governmental experts that will deem all the necessary conclusions into the biggest puzzle. But we have, and it's not something, it's not a taboo to say that we have reached the dysfunctionality of our international bodies. We have to make our international bodies work. Let's create the right environment. Let's write what is needed. Let's prepare ourselves to the new realities that we're facing, and let's represent the majority of the countries in the international fora that would continue to use all the necessary pressure to achieve the results that we want. If we become pessimistic, if we start alluding that somebody will not behave because doesn't want to, we can continue in this conundrum of situations that we are already, but we have to respond. We are all representatives of post-Westphalian treaty. We are representing Westphalian states. The realities are changing and changing dramatically, and we just have to adopt to the realities with a vision and a willingness to engage in our multilateral fora. For the humanity, multilateralism has been always a sweet dream, and then we have always went to direct conflicts, and world wars have been the trend in the 19th and 20th century. Let's try our best to create a better living for our people, and this is the aim of, I hope, I'm pretty sure that all the representatives here will share it with me, that we have to make our people a better living. And this starts also on this particular topic and many other topics similar to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for these valuable comments. Over to you, Foreign Secretary Vijayawardene. What is your answer to these key questions?
Thank you. So it is correct that multilateralism is at a challenging moment right now because of the rise in global tensions. However, even during the Cold War, when there were two rival blocs, it was possible to come to certain agreements on arms control and disarmament, sometimes through the United Nations and also with the support of other countries, developing countries who had a different view on the global arms situation. So as a developing country, Sri Lanka is very hopeful and very thankful that the multilateral exists because it gives us also a voice in big things, in big decision making that will affect, as we are saying, the future of humanity. So we are able to put a voice of reason into those decisions. Multilateralism has also been perhaps the only forum or an indispensable forum in creating all the norms, in creating the rules for behavior for states. So we are very confident that the United Nations and the multilateral will provide a good framework on this autonomous weapons issue as well. While it is true that there are challenges in the multilateral setting today, it is also a moment where, with regard to issues like climate change or pandemics, we realize that there is no option but for everybody to work together. There are certain issues where you cannot resolve one country alone. So it is a moment where multilateralism has to play its role, and I think the autonomous weapons issue also fits into this because we are at that, what we heard earlier, the Oppenheimer moment. We are at this existential moment, a critical moment. We are also happy that a country like Austria is taking this key role because it brings, you have to build cross-regional coalitions on this, and you have to mobilize different stakeholders. So it is very important that we have a country that is taking a lead role in creating this kind of consensus on this issue and has moved forward the issue of autonomous weapons from a process that seemed to be a little slow to another possible alternative track, or parallel track, not alternative, I would say parallel track. The work of the GGE has been very helpful so far. It has, laid the groundwork. It has done a lot of discussions on a very many expert topics and also the general discussions on humanitarian law and so forth. However, it has to now generate that political momentum to expedite it in a more focused manner. The UN Secretary General, as the High Representative was saying, has already set a target time frame and together with the President of the ICRC. So these are indications of how we should be moving. There is also the process of the Summit of the Future, and already the Secretary General has made recommendations on how member states can support this issue at the Summit of the Future. So that is another forum where this issue can be made more dynamic. There are also regional fora, like, for example, in the ASEAN Regional Forum, etc., where the different voices can converge towards the same objective. And we heard earlier that there were regional meetings held in Costa Rica, Philippines, etc. So these mobilize support, political support from different constituencies. Of course, we need to bring into the discussion the experts, the scientists, and the legal minds to further, to delineate what needs to be handled in a legally binding document that we are working towards. So multilateralism provides the opportunity to bring all these actors together, and I think we are at a good moment. The General Assembly resolution showed strong support. It showed convergence of views on a number of key elements which now need to be translated into a specific mandate to conclude a legally binding document.
Thank you, Madam Foreign Secretary. Over to you, Minister Musa Kalba, perhaps drawing on the Freetown communique. What can be done, what should be done, and how?
I think we should continue to accentuate the need for, for a legally binding instrument. And what we've done, for instance, in Sierra Leone was a sub-regional conference. Perhaps we need to take this to the African Union and to see how the AU can also put perspective on this. On the issue of whether or not multilateralism works, of course, it's the surest vehicle for convergence of, of purposes. And, but again, I think this, not only the autonomous weapons system, there are new realities of global security and peace. And because AWS is a matter of global security, and this is why we are calling, for instance, for the reform of the UN Security Council, where possibly issues of this nature could be discussed. We see what looks like a defunct UN Security Council with conflict everywhere in the world, and the UN Security Council has got very little impact on, bringing those conflicts to an end or to seizure. And this is because most of the areas where this conflict are ongoing, the members of the UN Security Council do not have a clear picture of this conflict. Take, for example, Africa. Over 70% of the issues that are discussed in the UN Security Council, Africa does not have a representation in the permanent category. And Africa is grossly underrepresented in a non-permanent category of the United Nations Security Council. So I think with the emergence of new realities, climate change, autonomous weapons system, we need to look at multilateralism once again, and institutions like the UN to reform it, to make it democratic, to make it more inclusive, and to make it adaptable to the new realities of the world. For Africa, we will continue to work with our other partners to raise awareness. Like the UN representative said, we have an opportunity with the Summit of the Future to come up with a pack that will be very much inclusive in the discussions for autonomous weapons system control and regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Musa Kalba. Let us close now with the perspective of civil society. Dr. Aguirre, how can we as humanity move forward to address these challenges? And what can civil society do to help overcome the challenges of the political landscape?
So I think civil society can help continue to contribute expertise and ideas to the conversation and process. I think this is especially so in terms of the technology itself. We all understand how fast technology is moving, especially AI, and yet often the conversation is just about the systems that we have now, and these are just a tiny hint of what is to come. So I think we have to continue to listen to the experts and really attain an understanding of where this technology is going so that we can get a little bit ahead of it. I think civil society can also help to coordinate and channel just the vast global majority of people who have no interest in these weapons and yet are likely to be amongst their first victims. In terms of what humanity can do, I think humanity can sort of let go of the excuses for inaction. I'll name a few of these excuses. One is that we don't know exactly what to do. We don't know exactly what we should prohibit or limit. And I think we do. I mean, we've heard it over and over again that we need a legally binding treaty or rule on preventing the use of systems that select and target humans, especially ones that use AI to distinguish between different types or ethnicities of humans. This is just a dark door that I think we do not want to open. We should also be prohibiting unpredictable or uncontrollable systems. Systems should be attributable, traceable, and locked, I think, at a sort of core hardware level so that they're not so easy to proliferate. There are just a lot of good ideas out there that have been developed and can be developed in civil society, including, the Red Cross, who has built a large consensus around exactly how to phrase the issue, and amongst ones who are talking about the technologies themselves. I think another excuse that we should let go is that we have to have exactly the precise definition in order to move forward. I think common understanding of what different terms mean is really important, but the Biological Weapons Treaty doesn't have a precise legalistic definition of biological weapons. Most treaties don't have precise legalistic definitions of some of the common terms. I think we can have an understanding that we need a positive obligation to have human meaningful control without having that definition in place right away and without having it block further motion toward opening negotiations. And I would say finally, we have to let go of the excuse that, well, maybe third, that these things are somehow inevitable. As a physicist, I accept that there are some inevitable things. The Earth going around the sun, the passage of time, the increase of entropy. Proliferation of large numbers of autonomous killing machines is not one of these things. This is not inevitable. So I think we have to accept our own responsibility that we as humans have agency over the things we do and don't build. And finally, I'd say as an excuse that we don't just need consensus, but like perfect consensus. We don't need perfect consensus unless we allow ourselves to be in a vehicle that requires perfect consensus. And that's, for example, the CCW. So to the NATO nations here, I would say, I hope that you will not let your adversaries control this issue. You have the power to move it from where it is to elsewhere, to the General Assembly, and in doing so, strengthen the multilateral system while you're at it. So the best time to start this treaty process would have been 5 years ago. The second best time, right now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aguirre, with these very important remarks. And thank you to all the esteemed panelists for sharing your views on this very important issue and for your valuable remarks. And yet, there is still so much that needs to be said on this issue. Luckily, there is still time to do so over the course of the next 1.5 days. This morning's high-level part of the conference, though, is coming to a close. We have heard different perspectives about why action should be taken and about the urgency to do so. And we have also heard about the challenges of what to do and how. We will drill into these difficult questions in much more detail this afternoon and tomorrow morning, and we'll do so with input from a broad spectrum of outstanding experts. Before we break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a few announcements. There are going to be 2 side events. First, the University of Oxford's Institute for Ethics, Law and Armed Conflict and the Yale Law School will discuss applying international law to autonomous weapon systems, process and content. This will take place in the Knights Hall at 1 p.m. Second, the International Campaign to Stop Killer Robots, the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom and International Humanitarian Law and Youth Initiative will discuss empowered action on autonomous weapons, cross-cutting perspectives from civil society. This will take place in the Hofburg Gallery also at 1 p.m. But first, there will be lunch. It will be served downstairs. Please be back in the room at 2:15 p.m. for panel 1, Emerging Technologies, Autonomous Weapon Systems, and the Future of Armed Conflict. And now I would like to thank you for your attention. See you later.
humanity at the crossroads, autonomous weapons systems, and the challenge of regulation.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, welcome back to the afternoon session where we start with our expert panels. Let me start first with some housekeeping announcements. In all panels, we will have presentations by distinguished experts, followed by an interactive discussion with them, and then over to you for questions and answers. In order to pose questions, please use your phone or tablets. A QR code is in your folders that you've picked up in the morning, but you can also get the QR code at our colleagues' table here on the left next to the stage. The QR code is also, the link rather, is also posted prominently on the AWS 2024.at homepage. You can already start posting your questions also during the session while it's ongoing. Let me also touch briefly on statements tomorrow afternoon. As announced by email, due to the high number of participants, we only have time for statements of no more than 3 minutes, but you also have the possibility to upload statements or longer versions of them by emailing them to aws@bmeia.gv.at, and you can also find this email address on the conference homepage. Please also make sure that you register your request to speak via the same email address, or again via my colleagues here in front of the stage. The deadline to do so is today by 6 p.m. We will then draw up a speakers list and post it tomorrow morning here in the room. Now, let's start with panel 1, Emerging Technologies, AWS, and the Future Shape of Conflict. My name is George Wilhelm Gallhofer. I am the Deputy Director for Disarmament and Non-Proliferation here at the Austrian Foreign Ministry, and I have the honor to moderate this panel together with my colleague Eline Böttger, who is a Senior Policy Officer for Security Policy at the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have the pleasure of co-moderating all expert panels with colleagues from states that have taken on leading roles in related processes. In this panel, we will set the scene. Where are we now with the technological development in the field of AWS? Where is it going? How does the issue of AWS relate to the wider questions around artificial intelligence in the military domain? How does it relate to large-scale data processing? And how can we ensure human control? We will look more in detail at the implications of autonomy, that is, life and death decisions taken by machines, on international security and society in general. And we will introduce the specific humanitarian, legal, ethical, security and technological challenges of AWS. For this, we have an excellent panel of experts for you. To my left, Dr. Beza Onal, Head of Science and Technology Unit at the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs. Franz Stefan Gadi, who is a defense analyst and senior fellow at the Institute for International Strategic Studies and adjunct senior fellow, Center for New American Security in Washington, D.C. Next, Dr. Agnes Calamar, the Secretary General of Amnesty International. Then Jimena Viveros, member of the United Nations High-Level Advisory Body on AI and Chief of Staff and Head Legal Advisor of the Mexican Supreme Court. Next, Elina Noor, Senior Policy Fellow of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in the Asia Program. And with this, let me hand over to Elina to start the presentations.
Thank you, George William. Many thanks also to our guests in the panel. We look forward to a very interesting discussion, and I hope you are able to guide us to better understand where we currently stand and where we're heading to. And while preparing this panel, George Wilhelm and I reflected on the fact that only a couple of years ago, all of this sounded like science fiction, and it's mentioned this morning as well. Times have changed in the meantime. It's all becoming reality. AI is a key enabler, which was mentioned as well this morning, is developing at a speed we can't really comprehend, and it's quickly taking up and incorporated by in all aspects of our life, including in the military domain. Today, in this panel, we'll go in more detail on the It's autonomous weapon systems and the implications of increased autonomy on international security and society in general. And this discussion is very much related to the broader discussion on AI-enabled systems in the military domain. Let me say a few words on the REAIM process that the Republic of Korea and the Netherlands have been initiating. Last year we had a summit on AI in the military domain. We call it REAIM. It was in order to address the opportunities but also the challenges posed to international peace and security on those systems. And it's really good to see that this discussion today here is, and REAIM, really complementing the discussion on all the developments that are taking place due to AI, due to increased autonomy, due to increased automation. And it's good to see that we are moving forward and that we trying to understand what needs to be done and how we can move forward. Just a quick announcement that on 9 and 10 September in Korea, the second REAIM summit will take place, and we look very much forward to seeing many of you there as well. And hopefully, in the meantime, you will also hear something of the Global Commission on REAIM. But to come back to the discussion of today on automated weapon systems, they are no longer science fiction. Reality is catching up quickly, and whether we are ready or not. So today, let's go to a panel and discuss this in more detail. Besa, can we start with you? Can you, for us, set the scene for us? Like, what are autonomous weapon systems specifically? How does AI and autonomy impact armed conflict today? And what are the related societal questions and implications of this technology?
Thank you very much, Eline, and thank you for the organizers to have me here today. You posed 3 questions under one, so I'll try to be quick. What are the definitions? What are the things that are considered as autonomous weapon systems? Unfortunately, there is no universal definition of an autonomous weapon system. I wish there was a definition because it would have made my life at the UN much easier, I think, but there's no universally agreed definition. Now, broadly speaking, autonomous weapon systems are systems that rely on autonomy to select and engage targets, to apply force without human intervention. Now, I'm saying this with a lot of caveat because there are a lot of nuances when states discuss this type of a definition or characteristics. I'll just mention 2 or 3 of them. The first, I think, nuance that comes with that definition is that not all states agree on the functions of an autonomous weapon systems. You'll see that some states refer to functions in engagement and targeting and firing in a weapon system, etc., while others actually focus on missions and how autonomy is used in the types of missions such as combat missions and support missions and so on. So that is one of those nuanced areas that I think needs to be sorted out. The other nuanced area is, as you'll see in some definitions, the notion about activation by a human. And that conditionality, I call it conditionality, is there for some states, but it's not there for others. And even for the states that ask for that conditionality, it's not certain. Some states refer to human users, others refer to operators, others just don't refer to anything. So, there is that ambiguity there as well. And I think lastly, there's that area about human control, and I know that we are going to get into that. And Undersecretary General Izumi Nakamitsu also mentioned that, my boss, we do not have an agreement of what actually it means by human control. Are we only talking about target engagement and firing of a weapon, or are we actually asking for human control for all of the processes that relies on AI and autonomy? The second part of your question is on the armed conflict today and how it changed armed conflict. In the earlier session, I heard Jan Tallinn talking about the speed of warfare, right? The speed that comes with artificial intelligence.
The issue in here is really the compressed timeframes for decision making at the tactical, operational, and strategic levels, and that speed of AI-enabled autonomy outpaces human cognition and capacity. Now, if there's anything I think that we should have learned from Cold War is that we need to be actually using the technology to buy in more time, not to fasten this decision making. So we're now doing just the opposite of what we should be doing. On the last part, society-related question that you asked, societal implications. I think there's been a lot of work around the issues related to human dignity, for instance, issues that comes from like AI, the use of AI in armed conflict causing discrimination, for instance, dehumanization that comes from the use. I think all of those really relate to the societal impacts. Machines in general rely on binary calculations. It's merely zeros and ones if you look at it in the statistical calculation sense. They lack the capacity to comprehend the value of life. And we should never forget that, and let alone making moral assessments. And certainly they cannot make legal assessments. Just to finish up, I'll just finish with one sentence. Just because we humans can design or develop lethal autonomous weapon systems or autonomous weapons in general, that doesn't mean that we should let the machines take the reins. Just because lethal autonomous weapon systems are technologically feasible does not mean that they are desirable. Thank you.
Thank you, Beza. Frans Stefan, if we turn to you and we look a bit more to the future of autonomous weapon system and the technologies, what do you think will happen, and what is the military interest in these, in autonomy more in general, and specifically in these weapon systems?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone here. Great to be here. I'm a military analyst, so I try to bring as much military perspective into this, and perhaps also I will say a few things pertaining to the conflict in Ukraine, where I was able and have been able over the last couple of months to study the use of AI, semi-autonomous systems on select parts of the front line there. And I think first and foremost, to kick this off, autonomy for me doesn't really describe a specific weapon system per se, right? It describes a relationship between two entities, autonomy, right? We've had autonomous weapon systems for decades now, right? Basically, based on most definitions, any sort of fire and forget weapon, so to speak, is an autonomous system at some point during its flight path, right? And what I've seen in Ukraine over the last 2 years, basically, is that we are slightly moving in the direction of semi-autonomous weapon systems, unmanned aerial vehicles, FPV drones. I'm sure most of you have already heard about that, because it is a military necessity there. And I think one thing that we need to understand is that autonomous weapon systems are going to be an integral part of every form of future warfighting. Best exemplified with some of the things in Ukraine. Why do I mean that? A practical example, what happens, or what has happened over the last couple of months is that Russian electronic warfare capabilities on select sectors on the front have increased dramatically, which means that when Ukraine drone operators, for example, are trying to hit a Russian target, they lose control over that drone because of jamming, right? Somebody cuts the communication links, essentially. So Ukrainians, and there's a continuous technological adaptation game that is happening in Ukraine, have been trying to work out an autonomous mode in those drones with the help of artificial intelligence, that is with machine learning algorithms, to essentially guarantee that the drone is going to hit its targets after the drone operator loses control. And we're talking about distances here from 100 to 150 meters before the target. Now, this is happening in a somewhat rudimentary fashion, right? That is the drone operator, or like what you see on the screen when you see a drone like that trying to hit its targets, it's essentially a grid or like a little frame that it hits, right? It's fairly rudimentary. It's not that accurate, but it somewhat works. Now, this is something that's going to improve as we progress. in this military adaptation game in Ukraine. I don't specifically see an arms race per se with autonomous weapon systems. I think we need to be very specific here what systems we're talking about. There's, for example, a drone race. There's a race pertaining to cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and then missile and air interceptors, and a lot of other things. Where I think in the future, artificial intelligence in particular, because it's not synonymous, right? Artificial intelligence and autonomy, again, it describes a relationship, it's not synonymous, is probably going to have the most impact in terms of actual impact on the battlefield that causes most casualties. It's not going to be a killer robot, it's not going to be one particular weapon systems. Rather, it's really how data or artificial intelligence and autonomy is actually helping fuse a lot of data on the battlefield to create certain effects on the battlefield. And I give you one example, big data, for example. Some of you have heard that a couple of days ago, the Russians broke through a sector of the Ukrainian front line and advanced there beyond really what some of us thought would be possible within that time frame. Well, they did that because apparently they attacked when the Ukrainian forces were rotating forces in and out of that frontline sector. And I suspect, my hypothesis is that artificial intelligence might have had something to do with that, because they were able to, through various means of gathering data, collect different data sets and figure out the schedule, essentially, and what troops were rotating in and out. I've seen that done on the Ukrainian side through artificial intelligence, through various means, but I think this has much more of an impact that all of a sudden, like a killer robot, so to speak, appearing on the battlefield. So I think the discussion has to be very specific from a military perspective, what we are trying to do here. And I think you alluded to this earlier. What the military is particularly interested in is essentially accelerating the so-called kill chain that is linking sensors and shooters on the battlefield. And the best way that is done from a military perspective when it comes to NATO military doctrine, spearheaded by the United States, is essentially human-machine teaming, right? You essentially merge, or you have a human operator and you combine it with like semi-autonomous, autonomous platform, and unmanned platform, so to speak, to achieve a certain effect. In any case, let me stop here.
I think we will have lots to discuss further up in the panel. Let me refer for the moment back to the discussion that has already taken place on this topic for some time in Geneva, and as part of the framework of the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons. Specifically, the group of governmental experts has been focusing on this topic for the last 10 years, and the discussions have shown some increasing convergence in some key aspects, and we're moving forward. It's not an easy process, but we're getting there. And Agnes, if you look at this process, if you look at the discussions in Geneva, could you for us introduce the concept of human control? And maybe in addition, could you outline what is meant by the two-tier approach, two aspects that are key concepts in this discussion, and why these both concepts are important for the discussion?
Thank you very much. Unregulated technologies are supercharging violation of international law, and they are accelerating the breakdown of the rule of law. More than a year ago, I was at this meeting that you mentioned in the Netherlands, and we were already raising the alarm over the lack of regulation. Since then, ChatGPT and other generative AI technologies have marched into our life. And many of the risks that we were identifying then are currently with us. And to those risks, we need to add many more. We've already heard about the notion of the dehumanization. That was then. Right now, we have machines that can think and act like us, or will, and even be better than us, be more intelligent than us. This is what we are hearing. This is where the path is bringing us. So the nature of the control that we can create now is absolutely, absolutely central to protecting the future of our humanity. This is, I think, I think that's one of the message that we got today. And I would like to re-emphasize this from the standpoint of human rights and from the standpoint of the human control we need to keep. Understanding that the meaning of human is shifting. Machines reduce humans to data point. They make statistical judgment without context, without the kind of moral judgment that a human being can deliver. That is the reality of a technology that is allowed to kill. But also, we know that that technology is subjected to biases, to prejudice. Not only that, it can develop its own judgment outside what was written initially, something that we cannot stop as humans, something that we cannot identify or will not be able to identify. So that technology has the capacity to write its own computer model to modify themselves. So I'm mentioning that because if we are talking about meaningful human control, we need to develop and understand that concept not only for the technology as it is now, but for the technology that will be in 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. A technology that can develop its own algorithm without any human intervention. These are the kind of weapons that are being created right now. So what do we mean when we speak about meaningful human control? What do we mean now? What do we know can be done now? It means that the control must be real, not merely a rubber stamping exercise or the flicking of a switch. It means that there must be sufficient understanding and control to predict where and how the weapon will be used, what the target will be, and the effect of the weapon's use on its surrounding. It means that there must be time for that thought process to occur. And at heart, for that to be meaningful, it means that we need to be trusting somehow the data that the machine is communicating to us.
Thank you.
So imagine in a couple of years from now, and ask yourself, will we be able to trust that data upon which I am supposed to make meaningful human control?
Agnes, I think I will come back to this point later on in the discussion. Let me quickly go, because it's a very nice bridge to the questions that are often posed in this debate on accountability and on ethics, important elements. Jimena, could you introduce some of the key elements arising from the use of automated weapon systems in terms of accountability and in terms of ethics?
Yes, thank you very much for the question, and thank you, the government of Austria, for being such a leader on this topic. Well, first of all, just to follow up on what Agnes was saying, I think it's important to remind us that this isn't a technology that just happens on its own. It doesn't have a force of its own. We're still in control as humans, and we are still at the moment where we can make a choice on how we shape it and which direction we take. So it's important that we ask ourselves the hard questions of how we want to interact with this technology and what decisions do we want to delegate to this technology. And that's where ethics and accountability come into place. And we just had a side event, and it was important to make the distinction that in between there's a step, there is governance, there's regulation. So I think the starting point of ethics and law, which are intertwined when it comes to the decision to take life. I mean, I think we can trace it back to the Martens Clause, which is a principle of customary law and international humanitarian law, which means that when the laws of use of force are insufficient, what applies is the principles of humanity and the dictates of public consciousness. So that is ethics at its core. So we are at a point where we're delegating the decision of taking life, the critical functions of selecting and the targets and actually using force to machines. So in the intricate, very, very complex space of the battlefield with the fog of war and with everything else, how is a machine supposed to, or the system, supposed to make this analysis, this complex balancing of the distinction, proportionality, necessity, all of the IHL principles, which even for a human is very complex because of the ethical and the moral and the legal charges that come with it. So there's no AI without data. So how much data would be enough to feed into a system to allocate human value, to allocate what the human dignity should be? And do we want to live in a world where the software decides this value and can actually take the life of a person? I can speak for myself, I do not. So especially, you know, when we have this knowledge that AI is inherently unpredictable, it is inherently fallible, it is inherently untraceable, unexplainable, all of these things that come out of the black box. So this is just the ethical part that we need to think about. And then obviously that leads us in the transition into the legal considerations. Because we have now the regulation. So how are we going to layer it, the governance and the regulation? But if we skip that step, because that was not the question for now, and then we move on to the accountability issues, for a norm to be perfect, there needs to be a specific scenario and consequence. So that's when we go back to regulation, because if we don't have governance, if we don't have regulation that's harmonized, then we're not, how are we going to sanction something that's not forbidden specifically? So that is an important issue that we need to think about, especially with all of the different variables that come along with the varying degrees of autonomy and also of the human in the loop, human out of the loop, human of the loop, all of these things. Because if we consider, and we must consider, the whole life cycle of the AI, there's an atomization of responsibilities because there are so many actors that are involved, from the development to the purchasing, to the deployment, to the disposal, it's such a chain. And all of these actors have different sets of obligations and responsibilities. So it is very complicated when you have a system that just kind of breaks the link, the nexual cause between the conduct and the consequence, which in most criminal systems is a requirement for criminal responsibility, intent, and the nexus. So how are you going to prove that when there's something in between? Because now we're in shifting the paradigm, whereas we're losing human volition. That's something that we've never seen before. And that is going to change the way that we understand accountability altogether. Yeah. And it's going to be very important to look at this when human lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as we discussed already, reality is catching up very quickly. It's, we see the system being used in the battlefield today. Some even talk about an arms race on this topic. Elina, I have two questions for you on this. Could you outline for us the challenges related to automated weapon systems from a security perspective? And maybe later on, but don't want to overload you, but a second question is about, to the wider discussion, the weapon systems in relation to to the wider discussion on AI in the military domain.
Thank you. It's very rare to have a moderator with almost exactly the same name. So we were joking that if I couldn't answer the question, I would turn to her because her name is very similar to mine. Okay, jokes aside, let me get to your question, Elena. So the starting point for me is a reminder that all tech is social, all tech is contextual, and all tech is relational. And this sort of piggybacks off Franz Stefan's earlier points about relations. There's a tendency amongst many of us, myself included, to think about tech, including AI, including autonomous weapon systems, as a purely rational tool or system, when in fact a lot of its operations depend on relations, whether it's a relationship with the human being, or whether it's a relationship with data, or whether it's a relationship with other systems. And so that is a starting point that I would urge us to take, because I think it shifts the framework on which we would view this linkage between autonomous weapon systems and security. The other framework that I want to put in place in answering your question is when we talk about security, whose security are we talking about? When negotiating at the international level, we often consider this question in the context of national security, and so there are national security carve-outs on responsible AI documents, for example. But I think it obfuscates the main criteria, which is the protection of human security. Because what is national security if not for a nation, and what is a nation without its population, i.e. human beings? If you are a country with the capabilities to deploy autonomous weapon systems that are powered by AI, then perhaps your conception of security falls back on national security. It allows you to effect this kill chain that Franz Stefan was talking about with efficiency, with a level of sanitization that is very clinical, it's efficient, it's optimal. It's all these things that are pitched to us when we go to defense expositions. But again, it obscures the fact that if you are a country or an individual in a country on the receiving end of these systems, your view of security will be very, very different. And we have many examples of this, particularly in the global majority, or what some of us call the global south. I don't have to name these examples. We all know that history is littered with the unfortunate illustrations of them. So again, I would urge us to think about what it means when security, for one, is really insecurity, death, destruction, trauma for another. And I think this sets the context for how much AI accentuates a lot of these concerns that we have around autonomous weapon systems. I also want us to take a step back into history, going back to my initial point about relationship, the relationship between the present and the past, the present and the future. Because if we're thinking about the future of AWS plus AI, we need to think about what builds these systems. And what builds these systems is data, right? As Jimena said, you cannot have AI without data, without massive troves of data. Where is this data coming from? A lot of the data gathering, data extraction, maps to historical, colonial practices of cartography exercises, of population surveys that now translate into different types of surveillance, whether it's biometrics, whether it's human surveillance, that really bring to mind unsavory practices that defile human dignity, and that for many in the global majority that are often the receiving end of these systems, are simply an extension of the colonial past. So I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to present a very different perspective from the usual types of discussions that we have above AWS and AI.
Thank you. I think this was a really good warm-up. I hope we can go further, and let's delve a bit into some of these aspects which were already touched upon. It was mentioned this morning, but it's also good to go into it in more depth right now. Like, why the urgency? Why now? We have heard that the UN Secretary General and the President of the ICRC, they issue a joint call for a legally binding instrument. But why now? Why 2026? Why is it now important? And Jimena, maybe I can start with you. Could you outline the reasons behind this? Why is it, especially now, so important? Maybe also given your legal and ethical point of view, perspective. Can you give a bit more explanation to us?
So I think right now the urgency is that this could be an opportunity to rebuild trust in the international legal system. I think we're at a point where there are so many breaches of everything we understand as, and we know as, international law in every single aspect, with all of the conflicts that are going on and the inconsistent responses to it. So I think now that we're before this new paradigm, as we were mentioning, this is a moment where we could actually come together for a joint response that is harmonious, and we're seeing an emergence of regional, national, institutional kind of responses. I mean, the leadership, for example, of the Secretary General and of the ICRC to make this call for action for a convention that prohibits autonomous weapons by 2026. That is an amazing step, and what all of this, the Austrian government is doing, and all of the efforts that have been already outlined in the first panel, those are exceptional and very welcome developments. However, we cannot have a patchwork of different regulations. We need something that's harmonious, and we need it fast, because we're seeing the deployment of this technology in the abstract of regulation. I mean, we've discussed it already, and there's nothing that's appropriate. We can stretch out. We're not in a total legal void, as Ms. Nakamitsu pointed out, but we are stretching out our legal system very far when it comes to autonomous weapons. But we have perfect rules for, all of the situations that are going on around the world, and they're just blatantly violated. So I think with this, we have an opportunity to rebuild the legal order and revisit the laws for the use of force, and how they're being carried out by different states, and the blatant impunity that there is for it, and what is our attitude towards it.
Thank you. Frans Stefan, if you ask you the same question, like, why is it urgent? And then maybe from your technical point of view.
Yes, so just from a pure military perspective here again that I try to offer, I think it's important to have this conversation to ensure whatever modern weapon systems we are going to field in our armed forces are really used based on the principles of proportionality and discrimination on the battlefield. And I think the worst that can happen is if we end up fielding autonomous weapon systems that are not tested, that are not deployed on the battlefield based on these principles that I mentioned, and who cause unintentional harm and don't abide by international humanitarian laws of war. I think that's critical that we have this discussion.
Can I add something?
Of course, yeah.
Just one word: survival. We need you all here to be taking your leadership seriously and to protect humanity. We already are in the midst of a breakdown, of a collapse of the order that was created in 1948. The doors to hell have been reopened. The doors to hell that were supposed closed down by the Geneva Convention, by the Genocide Convention, by the UDHR. All three instruments established in 1948 are being violated and justified. The violations are being justified. We are all made the witnesses of that collapse. Include now AWS in that context. I mean, we do not have the time to wait. We really need the international community to move urgently into regulating a weapon system that will wreak havoc on our already deeply battered, deeply wounded system, planet, people. So survival is why you need to act and act quickly.
Thank you. Question also as a follow-up question to Beza. To what extent have automated weapon systems already become like a necessity now for militaries, and it's hard to evict and we have to deal with it? Or are there any other solutions at this point in time?
Yes, it's a good question whether autonomous weapon systems is a military necessity or it's a security risk or it's both or not. I think part of the discussion already took place on this, but I'll just highlight a few things. It really depends on who you ask, whether it's a military necessity or it's not a military necessity. I think on the one end of the spectrum, we are seeing states viewing autonomous weapon systems as an inevitable consequence of the changing nature of warfare. As my colleague just mentioned here, we are witnessing GPS, GNSS denied environments and armed conflict, jamming, spoofing, and cutting of communications between operators and systems in the battlefield and so on. And I think on such occasions, AI-enabled autonomy is claimed to be, I'm saying is claimed to be, to help achieve the military objective. Now, the question I think in here that one should ask is at what cost such military objective is achieved. And it cannot be at the expense of the civilians and human lives, right? And we need to really calibrate our understanding on that. And on the other end of the spectrum, we are seeing states that acknowledges that autonomous weapon systems pose security risks. And those weapon systems could also increase risk of escalation, misunderstanding, and misperception, and so on. And I would push back a little bit on the argument that autonomous weapon systems would not cause arms race or is not causing arms race. In fact, I think that the technology race that we are seeing today is at its peak. And with more and more states are willing to develop indigenous capabilities. And the other point I think we need to think about when we talk about arms race is that it does not need to be like for like. It could be equally an asymmetrical investment in capabilities. I haven't heard anyone talking about counter autonomous weapon systems technologies. We will be talking about that in the near future probably. And that will be an asymmetrical investment as well, right? Yeah. And of course, there are risks that comes with technical characteristics of artificial intelligence and autonomous weapon systems, particularly in relation to reliability and predictability of those systems. And it all goes down back to the question of data sets and algorithms and how reliable those data sets are. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I hand over to my co-host, I have one last question to Elina. We already touched upon human control a couple of times in our discussion, and in your mind, how do ethical considerations apply to weapon systems beyond the requirement of existing legal rules?
Yeah, I would just underscore my earlier point about going back a few steps before the actual deployment of these systems. There are ethical considerations surrounding the execution of these systems, the operation of these systems, but I think it's equally important to take into account how data is collected, how surveillance is done over many years to evolve the tech that we have now that we're seeing live streamed in present day circumstances to conduct very lethal and deadly attacks on human beings. And so it's the ethics of that data extraction that undermines, but also powers, the advancement of AWS plus AI. And it's really important to keep into account that at the base of all these discussions that we're having, in a very abstract manner, there are actual human lives, thousands, tens of thousands of human lives that have been sacrificed in the name of military necessity, efficiency, necessity, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that should be the ethics that grounds us.
Thank you. Dr. Wilhelm, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elina, and thank you also for those important points. Let's delve a little bit more into the functioning. And actually, Elina, if I can follow up on that right with you, on tackling this issue of reducing humans to data points. My minister already talked about that problematic in the morning, but also what kind of implications will that have on our wider relationship between AI and automated decision-making in society if we go to that step of accepting that machines take the decision to kill people?
Yeah, I don't want to sound repetitive, but I think where you stand depends on where you sit, right? And so if you are, again, the person or the country that has the capability to deploy these systems, your relationship with these systems is going to be very different. It allows for you, your compatriots, to not have boots on the ground. You don't have to bring back coffins draped in flags. But if you are on the receiving end of these systems, you're going to be traumatized just by the sound of drones, for example. Not even drone swarms that are being developed right now to deploy into flashpoint areas. And so it really reduces your relationship to something transactional if you're deploying these systems. But if you're on the receiving end of these systems, you are subjected to a level of oppression and occupation of space, whether physical or mental, that is highly damaging, highly exploitative, and highly destructive to your dignity as a human being.
Thank you, Lina. Well, then that's a great segue into how do we tackle the issue. We've heard about the group of governmental experts, the various processes injecting momentum into discussions around AI and governance. So how do we tackle AWS? We've seen broad agreement around the need for a two-tier approach to regulation, which combines prohibitions on the one hand and positive obligations or regulations. Can you give us some more detail on that, Jimena?
Yes, so we need to draw the line and kind of understand what we're talking about. So we can talk about full autonomy, we can talk about critical functions, but we also need to remember that the existing law forbids both means and methods of warfare. So like a weapon can be illegal per se or by its use. So it could not just be fully autonomous, the problem, but for example, as Elina said, drone swarms, like those could be a mass destruction weapon. So whether or not it is autonomous or fully autonomous. So we do need to draw the line and set some clear prohibitions for all use cases, and then just define which other use cases could be allowed in a different manner and under certain conditions, because that's going to be critical. And obviously, again, set out, because this would be the global the governance level. And then we do need to set out clear consequences and enforcement mechanisms, because otherwise it's just pointless. So all of this is very important, and to consider all of these technicalities. And you know, I really join Agnes's call. We all need to pull together, and we all need to be very clear about this, because if we continue like this, as Jan said, it's a suicidal pact, like the AI arms race. And that's not something that's acceptable at this point. You know, we can have some errors, you know, in other areas of AI, like if your phone doesn't detect your face, that's fine. But when you're taking a life, that's completely unacceptable. So law, again, coming back to my initial point, law must follow ethics. That's how it normally is, or should be. And right now, we're in a completely distorted legal space, legal order. And so setting out these clear rules is an opportunity. Again, I don't want to repeat myself, but it's an opportunity to rebuild trust in the legal system. So that cannot happen if all of the states comply and all of the states understand the severity and the seriousness, not just understand or think about or consider the sanitized benefits, as Elina said. Because there could be some good uses. I mean, there are some good uses that this type of technology can bring. But the point is in making the distinction. So that is why we definitely need this two-tier approach.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jimena. Franz Stefan, we've heard about the urgency, we've heard about some of the challenges, and we've now also understood some of the approaches. Why is it important for the UN system to tackle the multifaceted challenges of AWS?
Well, I think, again, I would really urge to be very precise what we mean here with autonomous weapon systems, and also how we often, I think, interchangeably use artificial intelligence-enabled weapon systems. I think ultimately what we are talking about is the impact of those specific weapon systems on the battlefield and how they can indiscriminately kill people disproportionate to the military objective that we are trying to achieve, right? So ultimately it's less the relationship that is autonomy, it's more about the impact in general, right? So I think it's we need to be very specific. I also would like to disentangle like any doomsday scenarios when it comes to autonomous weapon systems from actually discussing conventional autonomous weapon systems on the battlefield, right? Because there's really no evidence that we will have, you know, autonomous nuclear weapon systems in the future, right? Because militaries try to keep these two things very much apart, and I don't see any technical reasons why autonomous weapon systems would seize a nuclear arsenal and launch missiles, you know, the Terminator scenario, and so forth. I think, again, the most important thing is proportionality and discrimination when it comes to these systems. I think it's important to be extremely precise what we mean when we talk about an arms race in that field. There are arms races, competitions, adaptation games that are ongoing, but they are at a very narrow technical level. They are ongoing also during live conflicts as we speak, whether it's drones versus counter-drone measures, whether it's you know, certain cruise missiles and counter-cruise missile measures and so forth. I would be very, very specific here, and I think also on a larger scale, we need to have a discussion about how comfortable we are actually with integrating autonomous weapon systems into our armed forces, because that's the future of warfare, right? We need to somehow integrate these systems and have a conversation, not just around the world, but also particularly in Europe, where there are certain countries, for example, Germany, that is extremely uncomfortable integrating these systems into its armed forces. And I think that's a conversation that also needs to be had. And I think a good way to do that is through an international forum like this, where you can actually set the ground rules for these types of discussions that are painful, culturally painful for some countries.
Thank you. Thank you. And yes, would you like to add something on that, especially on the question of why it's important for the UN system to tackle these multifaceted challenges?
Look, I think we need to acknowledge that the path ahead is not going to be easy. Okay, so there is absolutely no doubt that there is a very complex process of negotiation in front of us. But it is building on at least 10 years of discussions, of drafting, and of ideas. That includes the two-tiered system. it's not a panacea. It may not be the panacea. We don't know. But what we want to see is the actual negotiation around a treaty beginning. We cannot be having, this conversation is great if it kickstarts something formal so that we can move away from the paralysis and the complacency. And I am not going to pretend that I have the solution for the regulation of AWS. We have ideas, we have proposals around meaningful human control, around the two-tiered system, and of course, the international legal principle of proportionality, discrimination, and so on and so forth. This must be the entry point for that conversation. What happened afterwards, let's see, through the various conversations. But I am here representing Amnesty International and many other civil society organizations to say, let's stop the paralysis and the conversation in Geneva that is going nowhere. Let's find a space where we can have that very important treaty negotiation to begin. And if not all of you want to be part of it, hopefully within a few months you would, you will. So we are here to call on you to act now. We cannot wait any longer. There are ideas, there are concepts, there are lots of experience that can build on and feed that treaty. All we need is political leadership. You don't need more technical people. We need you to take that leadership that has been given to you and to act for the benefit of all of us, of our humanity.
Please, Jimena, you had the hot pursuit.
Thank you. So I would just like to add on the importance of the UN leading this process. So good or bad, the UN has universality. It has 193 countries. It would have been better if it was 194 last week. But at least we have that. And there is legitimacy in the institution, and there is moral authority of the Secretary General. And I agree that the discussions in Geneva are not really going anywhere. Plus, it's interesting that they're hosted by the conventional weapons. Well, these weapons are everything but conventional, I would say. However, we have within the UN the participation of the Global South, the Global North, the Global Majority, the 193 countries. So that's why it's important to have all of these voices included and the participation of everyone. So the leadership that everyone can take into this process, it's better than a segregated regional or national or whatever sum of it. They're good efforts, but they should be concentrated and harmonized within this system. So this is also going to bridge the gap between law and practice, having it being universal. So that would be my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bezo, would you like to add anything on that? In fact, particularly in this area, unlike in some previous processes on arms regulation and disarmament processes, we've had a very active tech sector and industry that themselves have or many of whom have urgently been calling for a regulation. How can they contribute best to this debate?
Sure. On the question about the UN, just to add one point, I agree that GG laws is going slow, but it is, and it might be painstaking for many states, but it is providing a platform for states to engage in the discussion, and if that is not the right venue, then it's also up to the states to choose another venue to discuss the issue. And to that end, actually, Austria came up with the first committee resolution last year, where we're going to collect the the views of member states and publish a Secretary General's report out of that. I think what is important in this discussion is to prevent a single point of failure. So wherever you discuss this issue, whether it's CCW, whether it's the first committee or somewhere else, it's actually good to discuss it in multiple venues so that if there is stagnation in one place, you might actually end up talking that issue in another place. So I think I see that as a positive viewpoint than repetition. In terms of industry and the tech sector and how to incorporate them into this discussion, there is no one single point of industry as well. We have the civil sector, we have the weapons manufacturers, we have the defense sector. So I think all of them have different we need to start engaging them in a different manner probably. First of all, I think at the civilian side, with some technologies that also being dual use now, we need to start discussing the responsibility to develop products that are safe and secure by design. I hear a lot from the civilian sector to talk about AI safety, but not so much of AI security. And these are the two sides of the coin, but the interest is slowly getting there probably. And also we need more transparency over how the industry or the tech sector is conducting safety critical assessments and security critical assessments, how we would like to see that. Risk assessments to evaluate unintended harm, for instance. There's not much transparency over that. Some big tech companies are putting that on board, but not all of them. We do not know how do these companies actually ensure reliability in training data, especially also for the defense sector. This is the same question that we are seeing. And beyond the training data, I think we need transparency over how the industry is implementing robust testing, evaluation, validation, and verification measures for the autonomous weapon systems or for any AI-enabled systems to operate safely and reliably in an operating environment. I think also we need regulatory incentives, and this is a point that is often forgotten about. Otherwise, I think the industry would just do the tick-the-box approach in order to just comply with the regulation. We need more proactive engagement, and that could be probably provided through incentives, be it government incentives or insurance incentives. We need to think a little out of the box here. And I also see the value of the defense industry and the tech sector to report unintended consequences. And I think that would foster accountability moving forward. One point that I think that Jimena also mentioned earlier, it would be an interesting perspective if we see weapons manufacturers to also conduct legal reviews of any weapons or means or methods of warfare that they develop. Because such reviews are not, of course, obligatory for those weapons manufacturers, but they could provide an additional source and data for governments for them then to conduct such reviews in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Beza. And we'll now turn to questions from the audience. Many of you have made use of the platform to submit questions, and we'll try to tackle as many as we can during the remaining time. For those of you that have not yet accessed it, the link can be accessed via the QR codes in your folders or also via cards that my colleagues in the front have, as well as on the conference homepage, aws2024.at. The first question that we have is from Alfred Saparavi. Could the panelists share their views on security challenges, such as lowering the threshold of war, automation of warfare, unwanted escalation? And also to you, Franz Stefan, you talked mostly about short-term developments, but how do you see warfare in 10 years' time? Would you like to go first?
Well, I think warfare in 10 years' time is going to be fairly similar to what we are seeing today. I don't generally believe in a revolution in warfare, rather evolutionary approaches, and that's partially a reflection of slow procurement processes. So the militaries that you see now are most likely also going to be the militaries that you're going to see 10 years from now, just because we are so slow in getting new platforms, weapon systems, and so forth integrated. But what we are going to see at the same time over the next decade is an increased pace in military operations. And that brings me back to this concept of the kill chain, the accelerated kill chain, linking sensors and shooters. That's where I think most of AI, also autonomous weapon systems and so forth, will be applied in the future battlefield. So that will gradually change, but overall the picture is going to stay remarkably the same. If you just look at the war in Ukraine, some people interpret it to be somewhat akin to the First World War, other people call it the first AI war, other people call it the first drone war. In a way, it really depends on your perspective and what specifically you look at, but there's not going to be a panacea in terms of a technical solution that's going to shorten war. War is still going to be extremely bloody. It's going to be determined by attrition, most likely, and there's not going to be a weapon system in 10 years' time that's going to fundamentally change the character of warfare. The nature of war, by the way, always stays the same, right? The character of warfare is what is changing, and I don't really see that really altering too much over the next decade.
Thank you. Do you want to go first and then Beza?
Okay. Yeah. Just very quickly, I'd like to offer an example of what we saw in the aftermath of the so-called global war on terror, when drone strikes were deployed in a number of different parts of particularly the global south. One of the intended objectives was to try to minimize or put an end to the terrorist activities that were threatening the interests of the United States in particular. But there have been numerous studies, and I'm sure many of us have read a number of them, to show that actually those drone strikes exacerbated radicalization in many of those countries that were targeted. And so the unintended consequences that really should have been foreseen is that you actually worsen the problem that you intentionally deployed those systems to mitigate or to resolve in the first place.
Thank you. Beza, you wanted to go next?
I think in the 10 years down the line, we're going to see more of the fusion of technologies being used. So it's not going to be just talking about autonomy. That's also why I think AI is crippling into the autonomy discussions often, and that we are discussing AI-enabled autonomy. But we will probably be discussing human enhancement technology getting into the battlefield as well, and that's also linked to artificial intelligence and data being used and so on. But one point I think that's crucial to make in here is the role of the private sector and how that is going to change the involvement of the private sector in armed conflict and how that's being changing in 10 years' time. I think that's going to be definitely definitive. In relation to the topic of today, there are questions that are arising regarding the legal implications of the use of civilian AI applications in the military domain, such as the use of civilian data sets, for instance, in training military applications, right? And whether it's even allowed to use civilian applications, civilian data sets for military applications, and what are we doing about that? And probably today we're talking about cyber mercenaries. In the future, we're probably going to talk about AI mercenaries. If we're thinking about all of these things today, then we should actually be also thinking about the solutions that the issues that may rise in the future now, today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question we have is from Husham Ahmed. The discussion on global AI governance, discussions on global AI governance are advancing in the civilian domain, but some are extremely reluctant to endorse the same principle in the military domain. Why is that? Who would like to tackle that one first? Please, Jimena.
Well, I think we've discussed this. The thing is, it's not the same technology being dual use, repurposable, it's the same thing. And so it actually is inherently impossible to separate the regulation for one and another. And it's also very important to think, and linking it back to the last question, so the way that I see things going in the 10 years period, going back to regulation of like civilian and military, is the fact that it's shifting. So we were saying before, the new regular warfare is irregular warfare. Plus, it's not only warfare, it's the same technology is being used by state and non-state actors during peacetime. So, you know, when it would be a civilian application, or even by state actors that are not the military per se, so police or immigration authorities. So I think the increase of the use of this technology will be seen throughout not only the battlefields, but urban settings, which are also now battlefields. And this is just gonna, I think what I see is the lines are gonna be blurred even more so than they are now. What I hope to see is a legal order that abides to the new reality we live in. And that reflects, because also the concepts of, say, attack, self-defense, use of force, like all of these things, we're now seeing them challenged. And we are revisiting all of these notions that should be, you know, basic and standardized by now. So I think there is a definite shift that's happening, and that's also just going to be worsened. And I say worsened because it's moving toward in detriment of society. So I think we are at a point where, again, if we don't act now, we would be failing humanity. And the whole point of governing AI, governing autonomous weapons, is to govern the technology for humanity, so that the technology serves us, not that is in our benefit and not in our detriment. And the way it is going with this specific technology, it is not that direction. So that's the urgency.
Thank you. Do you want to add anything, Ines?
Look, the global governance of AI is non-existent at the moment, notwithstanding the advisory bodies that has been set up, and I'm really hoping you can do and deliver something. So there is no global governance of AI. There is an attempt of regional governance through the EU that has adopted the first real instrument at regulation, and at some level it's a good mechanism. At another level, it has left out some fundamental dimension of societies, including those related to security, including those related to border management, which is basically the control of people seeking to migrate and asylum. So security concern and the fact that we are in a reconstruction of the international system where arms race and security issues dominate make it very difficult to tackle some of those questions and to integrate them. I'm not talking about some of the cyber issues and spyware, which are also completely or near completely unregulated, and yet they are a great source of human rights violations. Nevertheless, yes, this is a reality of the world we live in. We all understand that the contest between hegemonic power will be hegemonic power, the economic inequality rising, and so on and so forth. The trade wars are making difficult any kind of processes. But this is why it needs to be done. Because we cannot wait for the right moment. There won't be any right moment in the foreseeable future, and it is really essential that we see those very important steps to be taken. I think it's important to insist on that. Yes, the context is really difficult at all levels, but this is why leadership matters. Leadership has never mattered more than now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think we have time for two last questions that we'll group, if you may. They both deal with data, the quality of data, the biases inherent in data. The first is from our Irish colleague, Jason Robinson, asking, could the panelists speak further to the biases and the degree to which these are mitigatable, if at all, and how to grapple with this? And the second we have is from Georgos Kakiyadis, who's asking, also in the future machines will be creating the bulk of data, so how can you trust data to feed the algorithms with? Who would like to take those questions on the data? Beza, please go ahead.
I did not hear very
I'll read them one more time. The first one is, could the panelists speak further to the bias or biases and the degree to which these are mitigatable, if at all, and how can we grapple with this? And the second question is, in the future, machines will be creating the bulk of data, so how can you trust data to feed the algorithms with? Lisa, go ahead.
I'll just kickstart on the question, merely on the question on the data sets. I think data sets and algorithms can be good when they're used in closed environments with well-established parameters and objectives. When we are using algorithms and data sets in social settings, however, in open environments, AI models have been so far exceptionally unreliable. I mean, that is the fact. And algorithms are generally used to make predictions, right? It's not an oracle. They're there to make predictions based on patterns in a data set. And such predictions generally are based on statistical models. So the output of the algorithms are based on the likelihood of an event happening or likelihood of what you want to see or the confidence levels of what you want to see. So I really believe that when it comes to data sets and algorithms and thinking about these predictions and likelihoods, we really need to start a discussion in the expert community of what is there even, or what is an appropriate level of confidence, right, for states to use data sets and algorithms for decision-making purposes. Is there even such a notion? For instance, we see in the news, we often hear scenarios about 90% confidence rate, right, to identify the right targets or autonomously hitting targets. Do we believe that 90% is enough or it is sufficient? In what instances 90% is good? Are we willing to accept that 10% error rate when a machine makes that error, even if that 10% could potentially result in significant harms to civilians? Are we willing to accept that 10% if that 10% actually equates to the machine hitting a school bus, if it is hitting a birthing center, if it is hitting a children's playground? Like, what are the elements of that 10%? What is the confidence rate that we are talking about? And I think these are not hypothetical questions, these are the questions of today, and that all comes with and starts with data sets and algorithms and how we're making use of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to add, based on Amnesty International work, at the moment, the data set upon which most algorithms are based, whether for social policy purposes, for surveillance purposes, according to our research, are full of biases. And we have denounced it repeatedly with states and with the companies that are capturing some of those data to feed their own models. So sadly, right now, I will say that the data set is extremely problematic. It is reflective of the biases within society, reflective of our own biases, reflective of who is where at what point and at what time. So that's one problem. The second I would like to reiterate is that biases is what is making warfare so deadly for people who should be protected. Biases is a very small, mild word to describe ethnic cleansing, to describe genocide, to describe indiscriminate attacks on people because we don't truly believe that those people are as human as we are. So biases are also part and parcel of the way warfare should not be conducted, but is conducted. And we are imagining right now weapons that could maximize biases. That basically what is potentially there if we do not regulate it effectively. And we are already able, without those machines, to destroy the planet. And we have seen much of that over the last 2 years. So imagine adding to that situation the possibility of having automatic weapon system who can identify and will identify people based on their ethnicity, based on their race, based on their gender, based on their age, and exterminate them. That is what we need to control.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One very short, if I may, Jimena, last word.
So just very quick, I think, so enough has been said about bias, but I think another problem about data and training is misalignment. Because it might, for example, a system might be very well fed, a set, like, for example, the IHL rules, but how the system interprets them, there's a very clear example. For example, there's a principle, do not cause unnecessary suffering. However, the machine might then interpret, okay, let's kill the person because that person doesn't suffer. So, that's where we have the black box problem, the lack of transparency, the brittleness, the misalignment, all of these problems. So that's also, you cannot guarantee this 10% margin of error. It's not like only about bias or about bad data or even, synthetic data, like deep learning, like all of these issues. It's about the mere fact that we cannot delegate these very, very delicate life or death decisions to something that is so unpredictable by so many means and sources.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we had more questions, but we've run out of time. But I think we've had a very rich discussion already, and we'll try to tackle some of the remaining questions also in the following panels. So briefly, Eline, over to you. What are your main takeaways?
Oh, I have so many. Let me choose. One of the things that really stuck out for me was we talked quite a lot about data and the importance of data, where do data sets coming from, what kind of bias is incorporated in those data sets, what are the ethics of extracting data sets maybe for different purposes. That's something which is more and more that systems become more autonomous. Using AI is a very important factor, that data shouldn't be overlooked. Another point that really stuck out is like the future of warfare is about time. It's about less time than we are currently knowing, and it's making sure that there still is enough time for thought, that we are able to think things through. So human control might not only be being able to push a button, but also to have the ability to reflect on actions. Let me quickly look. I think we discussed also about the need to have global governance on this topic, and that it's, even though it's maybe the GDG laws is not an ideal situation because it's not going as fast as many would like to see it, but it's still a platform that for the moment is working. But maybe it's also important to have more points of, not at least as Besa said, no single point of failure. I think these were part of the takeaways I take. Maybe you have also some of your own.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for these important points. And from my point of view, I think what the panel really showed is just the wide array of questions or aspects that we'll have to cover in this area. IHL, of course, is central, but there are also big ethical questions that we really have to consider urgently, and that it'll be essential to involve all constituencies in getting this process forward. So that brings us to the end of this panel. Please give a big hand to our excellent speakers. Thank you all for your engagement. Thank you to my co-host Eline. We now have a coffee break until 4:15. Coffee will be served again in the same location as in the morning. And please be sure to be back in the room by 4:15 for the session on human control and accountability under the law. Thank you.
So, Excellencies, dear colleagues, please take your seats. We are ready up here. We are about to start. So, Excellencies, dear colleagues, welcome back to the room. We are still in Vienna and we are still at the Crossroads. We are coming now to our second expert discussion with several outstanding panelists. My name is Andreas Bilgeri. I'm a disarmament expert at the Austrian mission in Geneva. I'm joined here as a co-moderator by Robert Koroma. He's another Geneva colleague from the permanent mission of Sierra Leone. As many in this room will know, Sierra Leone had its own successful conference just a few weeks ago, or just 2 weeks ago. States from the ECOWAS region gathered in Freetown and adopted a communique which calls for a legally binding instrument. So we are very happy to have you and also your minister already this morning with us in Vienna. And I would just ask you to introduce yourself and have a few words.
Thank you, Andre. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Robert Kuruma, I'm Minister Chancellor of the Sierra Leone Permanent Mission in Geneva. I will be working together with Andre on disarmament, and of course, autonomous weapon definitely will be part of our own journey. We have a common agenda as far as autonomous weapons are concerned. And you've heard from the minister this morning that Sierra Leone has a moral obligation to stand for Africa and to push for the issues that would concerns of Africa as it relates to autonomous weapons. Thank you, Andre.
Okay, so we will continue after our initial expert panel. This previously, which shed light on the technological developments and the broader issues surrounding autonomous weapon systems. We will now dive deeper into the role of humans in the use of force and a few other topics. We will look into the question which positive obligations exist and which positive obligations are needed to allow for adequate human judgment and control. Some key themes that are widely discussed already in different fora. And we will also hear some views on the very important question of accountability and address questions surrounding design, development, and training. For this purpose, we are very happy to present a panel of top experts in this field, which at the same time can reflect on this issue from very different angles. And I would like to introduce, not in the order of sitting, but I start from the middle with Dr. Cordula Dröge. She is Chief Legal Officer and Head of the Legal Division of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Then Professor Harold Hong-Yu Ko, Sterling Professor of International Law at the Yale Law School. Professor Ko has also served in the US government under 4 presidents as advisor, has authored several books and has published more than 250 articles in his long career, I guess mostly on legal issues. Then next to me, Professor Arthur Mutambara, the director of the Institute for the Future of Knowledge at the University of Johannesburg. He holds degrees in robotics and mechatronics as well as computer engineering, so he's our technical expert today and is a world-renowned roboticist and academic, having also published 6 books. And on top, he is also the former Deputy Prime Minister of Zimbabwe. Then next to him, Dr. Frank Sauer, who is Head of Research at the Metis Institute for Strategy and Foresight of the University of the Bundeswehr in Munich. His research focuses on nuclear issues and emerging technologies. He has also a long list of publications and is known to our German-speaking audience through his podcast, Sicherheitshalber. You can also listen to it if you don't understand German. And finally, Richard Moyes, the director of Article 36, a specialist non-profit organization focused on reducing harm from weapons. He is an expert on the impact of conflict on civilians and the international regulation on weapon technologies. He has worked on the creation of a number of international legal and political instruments relating to weapons and conflict. Just a few announcements also before. The panel discussion will be followed by a Q&A session that gives you, as participants, also the chance to ask questions to the panelists. There is a QR code, and this QR code can be found in little cards in your folders. If you have lost your card or if you don't have received a folder, please go to your colleagues at the front and they will help you out. This is the way to perceive. We know that there is a certain limit of text, so the problem will be that you will have to submit quite short questions, but that should not prevent you from doing so. I now would hand over to Robert for the first round of questions. And yes, that's how we start. Robert.
Thank you, Andre. As you've heard, Sierra Leone they hosted the West African ECOWAS regional conference, and it was a focused dialogue on the regional concerns as they relate to autonomous weapons. Well, the main takeaways, if I could briefly summarize, there's a key point that we needed to stress, and that is a consensus on promoting the call of the Secretary General for a legally binding international instrument to regulate the production, proliferation, and the use of autonomous weapons system. The concern that the continuous development and proliferation of autonomous weapons system, it's shifting our moral and ethical values to machines led to the adoption of the communique that we all have seen and we all have heard of. These concerns sits well with what we are gathered here for. And that brings me to my questions. And now I will begin with you, Professor Mutombara. From a technical and engineering angle, what are the specific technical characteristics and forms of human-machine interaction in autonomous weapons system? And what are the resulting needs for a normative framework? I am thinking here of keywords such as human control, machine learning, and automation bias, traceability or accountability. Professor Mutamara.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak to you as an engineer. I'm not going to be here moralizing or condemning autonomous weapons. We've had enough of that. I'm here to tell you why autonomous weapons are attractive. Of course, I'll tell you why they're dangerous, but as an engineer, I want to tell you why they are attractive. Why are we using autonomous weapons? The forms of human-machine interaction. Number one, we're using these weapons for target recognition, identifying targets, and then making decisions about that target. We're using these weapons to do what is called sensor fusion. What you do is you have several sensors at play, they collect information, and then you use the algorithm or the AI to fuse the information to make sense of what you have observed, what is also called data processing. We're using autonomous weapons, we're using AI to do mission planning and mission coordination. Of course, we would want to have the human being do the control and the overriding of the mechanisms, but we can also seed that and give the control and the mechanism overriding to the machine. And then furthermore, in terms of interaction, feedback, and monitoring of the system. Now, what we want in the normative framework is human control and supervising. Ideally, what we want is to have the human being in the loop all the time so that there's human control and supervision of these weapons. We want ethical use of machine learning, ethical use of AI. We want to mitigate and manage this issue of bias. We've had a lot of discussion about bias earlier on. Why can't we mitigate? Why can't we manage bias? Of course, we want systems that are traceable, that are accountable to us as human beings. And more importantly, legal and ethical responsibility for these weapons. Let's say a bit more about bias. What do we mean by bias? There's a danger of biases that are put into the machine by the programmers. And when we have over-reliance on automation, we then become victims of that bias. We fail to detect errors, and also we ignore contradictory information in the AWS. And then we have reduced cognitive engagement. And then the big issue that I want to share with you, in this conference, we've been using the word autonomous very loosely. In engineering, when you say autonomous, it means independent of the human being. It means away from the human being. What you are discussing in this conference is just AI-enabled, AI-assisted technologies. When you say autonomous weapons, by definition, engineering-wise, there's no human being in the loop. And the debate right now is, do we grant these machines autonomous behavior, independence from the human being? So we need to create that awareness and also handle the issue of bias. Now here's the big one. If you forget anything I said today, I want you to remember what is called battlefield singularity. Remember I told you I want to tell you why it is attractive. Battlefield singularity means in the battlefield, when the machines, when the autonomous weapons are more efficient, are more efficacious, and more productive than with a human being in the loop, what do? Ask yourself, you're a general fighting a war. As a general fighting a war, you want to win. And here's the question to you as a general. If you keep a human being in the loop,
Professor, I want you to summarize.
Okay, I'll get there. If you keep a human being in the loop, you're going to lose. What are you going to do? This is the challenge you must address as a commander, as a planner of these technologies. Battlefield singularity says, when you achieve that singularity, without the human being in the loop, you are more effective, you are more powerful. What do you do as a general? So we need to address that issue of battlefield singularity, where OAWCs are no longer nice to have, but a necessity, because if you don't use them, you lose the war. In conclusion, to make sure that we keep with the 4 minutes, which I haven't exhausted, by the way. I haven't gotten there yet. I'm an engineer, I know how to count. Number one, beyond addressing AWS, why don't you also address the existential challenges of AI? Forget AWS. AI as a technology has the potential for civilization destruction. That must be addressed in addition to addressing AWS. Secondly, why are you not talking about banning war? Why are you not talking about banning or regulating war? We have a war in Gaza, we have a war in Ukraine, and a likely war in Taiwan, we have a war in Sudan. In addition to discussing the regulation of AWS, in addition to discussing the banning of AWS, we must be discussing regulating and banning war. Because as long as there are wars, the efficacy for AWS will still be there. All humanity, we care about sustaining humanity. Where is the evidence? If you care about humanity and its extinction, you must care about poverty. You must care about HIV/AIDS. You must care about the poor global south, in addition to AWS. Where is the global convergence on Gaza? Where is the global convergence on Taiwan and Ukraine? How can you have global convergence on AWS when you're not converging on current wars? We must also question the supremacy of the profit motive. If you don't question the supremacy of the profit motive, you can't address the challenges of AWS. You must question the efficacy of the military-industrial complex. As long as that complex exists, you can't ban AWS, you can't regulate them effectively. And also a charge against engineers and scientists. You know, wars are a bad thing, but wars are good for business. Do you imagine how much money is being made out of Ukraine by the military-industrial complex? Do you imagine how much science is being developed by collecting data from the war? So let us question all those things. And more importantly, what about the bad actors? You can come up with regulations, you come up with laws for people who are within the law. The bad actors will still be out there. So we need to think about those who are bad actors who won't respect regulations. And I conclude by saying yes to regulations, yes to prohibition, but in what context? Let us understand the big picture issues that must be addressed in addition to AWS. But more importantly,
thank you,
battlefield singularity must be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Dr. Francois, could you explain to us the challenges AWS poses to human judgment and control? And in particular, how do complex technologies and functions affect our ability to control?
Sure, thank you. Thank you for the question. Thanks for having me, and thanks to the organizers for putting together such a fantastic conference. I'd like to preface my remarks by harking back to something that we heard this morning, and by saying that I actually don't think that we're living through an Oppenheimer moment. The time of Trinity and the time of testing is over. We are, with regard to autonomy in weapon systems, in the time of using them. And so if this analogy is supposed to make any sense at all, I would say that we're living through a Hiroshima moment rather than the Oppenheimer moment. Now that's, in a way, the bad news, but I've got mostly good news, I would say, because one of the things, and this is where this analogy breaks down, one of the things that separates today from back then is that the international community today is not confronted with this development the same way that the international community was confronted with nuclear weapons at the beginning of the nuclear age. We've been talking about this, us. We've been talking about this within the UN framework for 10 years now. People like myself, academics, have thought about this, written about this, discussed this for 15 years, some of us even longer. So that's the good news. The good news is basically two messages. One, we know what we're talking about, and two, we know what we're supposed to be doing about it. One, what is it that we're talking about? And I make this very, very clear. We are not talking about a new category of weapon systems, those elusive autonomous weapons out there that we can delineate clearly from the non-autonomous ones. This is simply not how it works. We've seen on your slides, Professor, what it is that AI can do to accelerate the completion of the kill chain. It does all kinds of things, sensor data fusion, even before that. It does mission planning and so on and so forth. So what is it that we're actually talking about? We have to take seriously what the ICRC has been telling us. It's about selection and engagement of targets without human intervention. Now, what does it mean? It means that the machine is doing things that humans used to do. That's the exact same thing we're discussing with AI in all other kinds of areas right now. Now, all of a sudden, AI is making text. Then it's producing images. Now it's producing videos. Well, within warfighting, it is, completing functions of the kill chain that were completed by humans before that. So what are we supposed to do now that we've understood that the actual thing that we're talking about is the relation between humans and machines in war? Well, all we need to do, again, great news to all of us, and not very complicated. We know what to do. What we're supposed to do is stipulate a norm so that we retain meaningful human control over weapon systems that perform certain functions in the targeting cycle, in the kill chain autonomously. And I will end with these final thoughts. We also know how meaningful human control is supposed to look like. Actually, we heard a couple of things, the most important bits already on the last panel. Any operator activating a weapon system with autonomy in the kill chain must be in a position to be able to foresee what will happen if this system is activated. One criteria. Second criteria is, at any point in time, this human needs to be able to control and administer what the system is doing. Third criteria, everything that happens needs to be traceable back to the human, so there's legal and ethical responsibility. So I'd say again, we've been discussing this for quite a while. We know what it is about. It's about basically who or what, human or machine, is doing what, when on the battlefield. That's the right question to ask. The wrong question is, what is an autonomous weapon system? That's the wrong question. The right question is focus on the human element. What are humans supposed to be doing? The answer, we know. They're supposed to be exerting meaningful human control. And I'm sure we're going to go deeper into what that would mean in different contexts. Okay, and I'm happy to talk about that a bit more. But that's really the key takeaway. It's good news. It's not as dire and not as complicated as some people make it out to be. We know what we're talking about, and we know what we're supposed to be doing about it. All we got to do is do it.
Thank you. Thank you. We've all had the human judgment and control thing on autonomous weapons. Now I'm turning to Dr. Cordula Drog from the ICRC. I hope I got the name right. What specific legal challenges do you see arising from AWS? And in particular, how does the role of systems in identifying certain types of targets create issues under the law? This is legal.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the Austrian government for organizing this great conference, this important conference, and for also inviting the ICRC to speak. Perhaps just a forward to say, where does a humanitarian organization like the ICRC come from? When we look at new technologies of warfare, and this has been the case, of course, throughout many decades, we look at two things. We look first at what is the potential human cost of such weapons, and we look at what is the legal framework, and in particular, what's the international humanitarian law framework, and that's where your question is, what are the legal challenges? And I will repeat a bit what Professor Sauer was saying before. The main challenge, in one word, consists in retaining human control in the use of force, in the decision to take human life. And why is this a challenge under international humanitarian law? Because the way autonomous weapon systems function, the human user launches the weapon in advance. But the human user doesn't know exactly what or who the weapon will strike, nor does the human user know exactly when or where it will strike, because the way the system is meant to function is that it will be triggered by its environment on the basis of the sensors that are attached to the weapon systems and on the basis of target profiles. And so the challenge for international humanitarian law, and you've put it very clearly, is foreseeability. Because under international humanitarian law, the user of, or the attacker, needs to abide by certain principles in what we call the conduct of hostilities in military operations. They need to abide by the principle of distinction, so distinguishing between combatants and civilians, between military objects and civilian objects. They need to ensure that civilians aren't excessively harmed, and they need to take all feasible precautions to achieve this. And you can see how if the human user doesn't know very well in advance the specifics of the attack in the circumstances when the attack takes place, it creates real challenges for the precautions, the limits that they can impose when they're launching the weapon. And you need, as a commander or as a human user, you need a reasonable degree of foreseeability and accuracy to be able to know, will this weapon actually strike, combatants? Will it damage civilian infrastructure? Will it damage the environment? You need to have a certain foreseeability of, will the system be interfered with? Will there be hacking or spoofing of this system? And you can easily see how in complex battlefields this is quite a daunting task. The commander has to, in a way then, have in their mind all the possible attacks that the system can, in which the system can strike in this future moment after they launch the attack. And in order to achieve compliance with international law, therefore, you need to somehow limit the possible outcomes of the attack in order to be able to limit their effects. And that's the idea of legally binding rules, is ultimately it is to limit the possible outcomes that the autonomous weapon systems can have in order for the human user to retain the control over these outcomes and to be able to limit their effects according to the precautions that international humanitarian law requires them to take. And so you have to limit the geographic scope of the system. You have to limit the time in which the time for which it can be launched. You have to limit the types of targets it can attack so that you retain this foreseeability. And you also need to think about what are certain systems which will not be able to comply with international humanitarian law, such as, for instance, systems that are completely unpredictable, because then by definition they will be indiscriminate. They will not be able to limit the effects of the attacks. And then beyond international humanitarian law, and we'll come to that later, you have a whole lot of course, ethical constraints that you also need to take into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We are coming to have an academic perspective on these, Professor Kaur. I would say what are the legal importance? The law is addressed to people. Let me put it this way. The law is addressed to people and provides specific obligations on people. What does it mean for the use of autonomous weapon system in regards to key legal rules, as has already been alluded to by the previous speaker?
Well, we're sitting here in Vienna, which is the home of the OSCE, which focuses on the human dimension. And when you're talking about AI and warfare, there are two different human dimensions implicated. One, the implication for combatants and civilians. And obviously, if we have cyber-assisted artificial intelligence fighting against other cyber-assisted artificial intelligence, the net result of this will be a greater degree of civilian harm. So the human dimension will suffer on the side of the targets. But there's a second dimension, which is that human beings need to control technology. But human beings are utterly dependent on technology. I thought to myself as I was walking over here using my GPS from my iPhone, and those of you who have used your iPhone for anything know that if you dictate a message to send to Andreas, it will autocorrect to something else, which means that you have to constantly monitor the outcome of the AI calculations. And you may have put in bad data to begin, and that therefore you cannot be excluded from the loop, or the net result will be some kind of failure of outcome. So there, human beings design autonomous weapon systems, they develop them, they program them, they train them, they trigger them, they provide them with actionable information, and all of these things need to be regulated. But here's yet another complication. International law is generally directed toward states. Domestic law is generally directed toward human behavior, which means then you need to impose positive obligations on states to require human beings to do things as a matter of domestic law. And so what we're looking at is the notion of what Dr. Sauer called meaningful human control that is not transferable back to the autonomous weapon, and that imposes responsibility, human responsibility, up and down the chain, all the way through the loop. So it's not just a human being in the loop, the human being comprising the loop. And when we talk about human responsibility, we're talking about two kinds of responsibility. Whether you are exercising the appropriate judgment and care, in other words, is there a standard of care that people cannot fall below? And second, accountability. Is there an accountability gap? And so if you fail to meet the required standard, will you be corrected or in other ways sanctioned for this kind of thing behaving? And why is it important? Because we do not want to undo the principles of Nuremberg. What Nuremberg set up was that before, the commander would say, I didn't know what was going on, and the person who was committing the humanitarian violation would say, I was just following orders. And Nuremberg flipped this valence and made everybody responsible. And the danger of AI is that the human beings are participating in various steps, and the so-called many hands problem means that they can all disclaim responsibility and blame it on the AI. And so, for example, I could say, I sent you a text, but I blame my autocorrect, even though everybody knew that I garbage in and garbage out. A final point, though, which I think is important, even though the requirement is putting humans or guaranteeing their participation, we're not trying to exclude technology. Technology is there and omnipresent. But what we're trying to do is guarantee certain levels of human involvement all the way through. Some decisions must be made by human beings. That doesn't ensure there'll be humane decisions. Can anybody imagine more inhumanity than Vladimir Putin has inflicted upon Ukraine over the last 2 years? And not that much of it was done by autonomous weapons. It was done by a human being who was committed to a program of atrocity. And so guaranteeing humans in the loop simply brings us back to the original purposes of Cordula's organization, which is trying to set forth rules that will prevent these kinds of violations from happening. But we're now at a point in which the tools of international law are not just international humanitarian law and the Geneva Conventions, but also international human rights law and international criminal law all working together, and working together with domestic law, which are the positive obligations being imposed, and working together with codes of conduct of industry, which establish standards by which these are going to be done. So this is a complex project which requires many bodies of law to take care of the human dimension.
Thank you, Professor. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing you to the last of the panelists to speak. Well, Professor Moy, we've heard from the previous speakers, but could you provide an overview of possible building blocks to achieve predictability control in AWS, such as understanding the technology and understanding the context? Those two basic blocks, the technology and the context, because from all that has been said, we've seen them in focus.
Sure, thanks Robert, and thanks to Austria for bringing us here. And I appreciated the academic promotion that I received there. That's always welcome. I mean, to start with, these issues can often seem complicated in these kinds of discussions, and the threads of conversation can go off in different directions. But I'll just reflect back to Frank's comments earlier to suggest that actually there's a large body of actors in this discussion who do share a lot of common ground on what needs to be done, and actually it's not necessarily that complicated a challenge for us to address. These issues of control, I think the question of control is one of the fundamental challenges in relation to autonomous weapon systems. It's not the only issue, particularly I think the questions of morality and ethics around processing people as targets is a really significant track of concerns in itself, and I thought it was important that Jan Tallinn this morning raised an objection to machines targeting people as a fundamental concern. But this issue of control is certainly one of the main foundations that we need to address. It's been noted already in the conversation here. We sometimes talk about control or predictability or human judgment. Okay, we may all, some of us may have different preferences for which term we use. No one word captures all of the meaning here. These are shorthands for this whole set of issues that we need to engage with. I think these questions are fundamental. I mean, the law itself is premised on the idea of human beings making some assessments about what will happen if they use a technology. The legal rules that apply to attacks in armed conflict are premised on the idea that people are going to make some evaluation of what's likely to happen, and in doing so, they're exerting their moral and their legal judgment. We don't expect that sort of expectation and that assessment of what's going to happen to be perfect. We don't expect people to have 100% sort of foresight about the outcomes of a particular technology. But we expect it to be grounded in some substantive understandings and a good faith set of judgments. I think what will happen in the use of any technology is always really the product of two elements. It's a product of the technology itself and how it functions, and it's a product of the context in which that technology is going to be used, the context that technology is going to interact with. So really when we talk about human control, and Robert, you framed this in your introduction, the question itself, it's really this combination of technology and context that we need to be attentive to. I think the ability of people to really predict or project what's going to happen in the use of a system is based on their understanding, their ability to understand both the technology and the context itself, and then to understand how those two things are going to interact. So I think those are the fundamental building blocks around which we need to establish obligations to understand the technology to a sufficient degree, and obligations to understand the context to a sufficient degree. Understanding technology, again, we have to have functional understanding in this space. We don't expect people to understand how the machine is wired in detail or every element of its calculations, but we need people to have a functional understanding sufficient for them to make adequately informed judgments. And of course, we all use technology on that basis. We all use technologies we don't fully understand in the detail, but we recognize we can still use technologies with responsibility. I think important in that is understanding the target profiles that a system would use, understanding what external conditions would trigger an application of force by the system, and I think that's a particular area where there should be an expectation of users to understand the systems. Of course, issues of reliability are also implicated in these areas. Again, we don't expect perfect understanding, but it has to be a functional understanding. And I think this is an area where AI and certain aspects of new technology can challenge that understandability. So I think in our discussions and in the future legal instrument, to project a bit of teleological confidence over where we're going, in the future legal instrument, we should expect there to be sort of rules requiring sufficient understandings, but they shouldn't have to deal with every manifestation of AI. I think over time we will need to interrogate those developments. Finally-ish, we need to understand context. Different contexts of use for technologies will present different challenges. The urban environment may be a more complicated context than the maritime environment, for example, to generalize. Cordula talked about this a bit in terms of the commander evaluating all of the different interactions that the system might have, and I think we can see that if we imagine a technology interacting with the urban environment rather than the maritime environment. And I think we can recognize that if we look at a context of use, the wider that context is geographically, the bigger the space over which a system may operate, and the longer the period of time over which a system may operate, then the greater complexity inevitably arises. And so these issues of sufficiently limiting the duration and sufficiently limiting the scope of a system's use, I think are important parameters. So I think these really provide the basis for the key legal rules that we need to see in this area to address human control, obligations on the users of systems to sufficiently understand them in order to meet their legal obligations, obligations on the users of systems to sufficiently evaluate the context and to limit the area and the duration of system functioning in order to exert and apply their legal obligations. I think those basic foundations are the level that we should be working at. And I think it's at that kind of normative level that the rules of law have a flexibility to them. And I think we need to expect to treat these issues also with some flexibility in these rules, recognizing that over time new technologies will continuously have to be interrogated against that legal framework. So I think this is quite an achievable framework, and I actually think a lot of states in this room already basically recognize that kind of framework in their provisions. If a system can't be used with those obligations, then it should be prohibited. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Professor. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that was to give us a broader perspective of what this panel is to discuss. Now I will go back to Andre for more specific questions, and then that will lead us into the questions from the floor. Andre, please.
Thank you, Robert. We had some very interesting introductions, and we saw some very different aspects of this all. I mean, the broader questions that were addressed by the professor, and also the more details, the legal, and also the, let's call it the legal philosophical. And it's very interesting what Richard has said in the end about the kind of building blocks or the conditions, and this kind of, I want to link this with the explanations of Frank Sauer, that these weapons are already here, that we have already systems that use sensors to identify and target incoming missiles, and those are not even those that we would categorize as autonomous weapon systems. So the question that I want to ask, can weapons integrating autonomy comply with international law, and under what conditions? So how can we actually build up on that? What kind of conditions would allow that? And I want to pose the question to Professor Koh first.
Certain kinds of autonomy are inevitable. Autonomy of navigation or movement of a weapon is something that's coming in many different parts of our lives, our automobiles and other things. The part of autonomy that raises concern, and it's good that the focus is in on this, is the exclusion of a human being from the making of a decision about lethal targeting. It is once activated, the computer applies an algorithm and then targets and executes the offensive maneuver against the target. And that's the part where human control needs to be permanently embedded. But the problem is that it's not just there. There's a human who writes the algorithm. There's someone who labels the data. There's a human who tests it. There's a human who sets parameters for use. There are the people who make the decision that the equipment is good enough and competent enough to deploy. And then there are people who make decisions about failure to supervise, and all of those people bear human responsibility. And so that's where accountability comes in. It's not just maintaining adequate control or standard of care in the deployment of the weapon. It's that when there's a failure, that there's a capacity to investigate where the failure occurred and correct it so it doesn't happen again.
Thank you very much. Maybe, Richard, would you also explain a little bit more? It builds up on what you have explained before. I mean, are there conditions where you could actually integrate autonomy that are compliant with international law?
Are there potential to integrate autonomy that are compatible with international law? Yeah, I think so, and I think we already are seeing this in systems today, right? I mean, I think we would all be aware of certain defensive systems, as they might be framed, missile defense systems, sort of counter-battery systems that are shooting down incoming missiles. I think those systems would fall within our conception of what an autonomous weapon system is, but in those systems, the users are generally using them in accordance with the types of positive obligations that we would like to see adopted in a legal instrument. So, you know, thinking back to the way I framed the sort of rules before, if you're shooting down incoming missiles, do you understand the system that you're using? Yes, you understand that it will target radar signatures of a particular speed and trajectory, perhaps, and you would be able to determine from that if there are passenger planes in the vicinity, we shouldn't be using the system because it's likely to mistakenly shoot down a passenger plane, for example. But you can have the sufficient understanding of that system to know what it's going to target against. Are we sufficiently controlling the context of use, this area of sky for this period of time? Yes, we're controlling the context of use. And through that combination, you're exerting sufficient control over that system. You have the capacity to exert sufficient control over that system for it to accord with exactly the type of positive obligations we would like to see adopted.
Very good. I think you are already coming to the positive obligations. I see, Cordula, you want to talk about positive obligations, I guess?
Well, I wanted to also come back to your question, and the way you pose the question is to say, what are the situations where autonomous weapon systems can comply with international humanitarian law? And I think Professor Coe and Richard have now sort of outlined this, and I think we are all agreed that existing international humanitarian law applies already to autonomous weapon systems and constrains their development and their use with existing things. But I want to say there's one problem and two fallacies that we need to think about when we ask this question. The problem is that the more we at ICRC try to find out from states, well, what are these situations in which autonomous weapon systems can comply with international humanitarian law, you realize that the answers vary very widely. And so we are de facto in a situation which has a lot of lack of clarity, a lot of legal uncertainty still about humanitarian law and autonomous weapon systems. So that's the issue, that's the problem that we have. And then I think there are two fallacies that come also and that are linked to this problem. The first fallacy is that we are often told that, certain weapons are developed and are particularly useful for compliance with humanitarian law and are even humanitarian. We have heard this for centuries. Yep. We heard this in the First World War about chemical weapons being more humane than artillery, for instance. We hear this about every single new weapon systems that's developed. But weapon systems, and we've just heard it from the engineer here on the panel, are developed for military efficiency, to win the war. They are not developed for humanitarian purposes. And the second fallacy is we get told very often, but these weapons only need to comply with international humanitarian law and we will be fine. And therefore we might not need a new instrument. But we have to approach any new technology, any new weapon systems with a sense of realism about not how they will be used in the perfect world with the most compliant and most perfect user. We have to look at how they will be used in the real world and in the messiness of today's armed conflicts, where it's already very difficult to differentiate between civilians and combatants, very difficult to know when is a civilian actually stopping to participate in hostilities, when is a civilian object used for military purposes, and when is it stopped doing so. Very fluid, very complex, and very messy situations. This is where autonomous weapons systems will be deployed. And this is what we need to look at when we want to realistically create rules that apply to them in actual world conflicts.
Very good. Thank you. I think Frank also wants to react, but I want to guide the discussion a little bit. I mean, where we have come now from let's say, possible users of autonomy, if we are going now into that direction, I think one theme that has been discussed a lot and that really should come into that, and Richard has already pointed to that a little bit, are the positive obligations. So if you could just pick that up as well, what are the positive implications that would actually go into that as well, which would feed into that?
Right. Yeah, I can immediately pick up this notion of messiness, because I think we can have another example that kind of rounds off the picture. I fully agree with everything that Richard has said. Of course, there are weapons with autonomy in the kill chain that we can use in full compliance with international humanitarian law. I would even say that we've done this for 30 years. It's not as new as some people make it out to be, and it's most definitely not necessarily problematic. You know, terminal defense systems like, for instance, Patriot, we see this in Ukraine on an almost daily basis. They save lives, okay? So I fully agree with this example, but let's look at the messy example. Now let's say, how many are we? We're like 7 people. So the 7 of us, we're a platoon of infantry, right? And we're fighting in an urban environment, and we're fighting house to house, room to room, right? And there's blue forces there, there's red forces there, there's civilians there. And you have a little quadcopter with you that you can set off, and it buzzes off, and it maps the environment and shows us on a little tablet, you know, what's there, what's in the next room, what's down that staircase, something like that. Would I delegate autonomy in that messy situation to that system? Let's say there's a little, you know, let's say it would function not only as a sensor, but as a weapon system. Would I delegate the selection and engagement of targets to that, you know, that little drone buzzing around, potentially, you know, infringing, potentially harming civilians, potentially harming my own folk, blue on blue? Most definitely not. I would not then, you know, take the human out of that decision-making cycle the way we do it, for instance, with those terminal defense systems. In this case, I think selection and engagement of targets, you know, needs more human judgment, needs you know, human input by a human who has situational awareness. And that's what we mean when we say meaningful human control. So don't get confused. You know, meaningful human control doesn't mean that everything needs to be remotely operated all the time. You know, we can use autonomy throughout the entire kill chain and still consider the human-machine system as a whole to be under meaningful human control. The defense system that Richard just described, which is functioning autonomously and defeating targets autonomously, would be under meaningful human control, because all those criteria that we're talking about are met. Whereas a system that is just buzzing through, you know, through a building and then killing people who, you know, judging from the silhouette, look like a human, I wouldn't consider to be under meaningful human control. So we shouldn't have those. So the positive obligation is don't develop and field weapons that you can, in the specific context that they're designed for, that cannot be used in compliance with the law, under the rules of engagement and the tactics and techniques and procedures that militaries, responsible militaries, you know, develop and are very well trained, you know, to apply. And that is basically all. And if I can say one thing as an academic, what I hope for, what I wish, is that the international community would just move ahead by stipulating this norm. None of these nitty-gritty scenarios need to be necessarily be of concern to all the states parties in the room. We operate with quite vague norms in international law all the time. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm probably not wrong by saying there's no, common one-size-fits-all definition of what proportionality is. What's proportionality? Well, it depends. It depends on the context. And I would say meaningful human control, same thing. Just put it out there, stipulate it. This is the norm that should be guiding us. Don't have weapon systems that you can't control. And those that have autonomy, make them so you can control them. And don't have weapon systems that target, biometrically individual people or individual groups of people. And we're good.
Thank you. I have a very specific question for you later, but first I wanted to go back to Cordula. We have the questions more specifically, but can I add a question for you specifically?
Yeah, I want to respond on the subject of legal instrument.
Okay.
I strongly believe that we need to understand the limitations of the law or rules and legal instruments. Law is very conservative by definition. And the laws of 1945 won't help us. And these lawyers are not qualified to come up with a legal instrument for autonomous weapons. They're not qualified. We need an ecosystem of traditional lawyers, AI experts, economists, ethicists. We can't leave the drafting of the legal instruments to our traditional lawyers because they're not qualified to come up with the legal instruments we're looking for. We need a multidisciplinary approach to regulation, a dynamic approach to regulation. If the year was 2000 and someone was to say, can you give us the laws and rules for Twitter, for WhatsApp? No one could do it in the year 2000, and no one could predict WhatsApp in the year 2000. In the same way, when we say law regulations, we must put in place a dynamic instrument that anticipates technology. Because the law you build today for weapons won't apply in 10 years' time. So there must be dynamic reinvention. More significantly, we have not discussed it yet. There are going to be autonomous nuclear weapons. Where is our discussion on that? I know the American government has said, we will always make sure that there's a person in the loop for nuclear weapons. The Chinese have not spoken. The Russians have not committed. So right now, as we speak, there's work to build autonomous nuclear weapons. Yeah. What is our view on that? So more significantly, there is going to be a combination of AI plus quantum computing. Once you have AI plus quantum computing, you have a major, bigger revolution. Now, what about quantum computing plus autonomous weapons? We must address all those matters.
That's very important, and thank you very much. I also have to say, I take your comment a little bit personally, because what you are suggesting, what we should do, is exactly what we are doing here at this conference, and what we are also doing with the resolution, because it specifically includes all stakeholders that are important. So what you want to do, we are doing it at this very moment, so you should be happy as well. And we are having a lot of top experts from different fields here. You will see it at the panels tomorrow. So I want just to move forward. I mean, one burning question that I also have here on my list, and we are running a little bit out of time. Professor Koh, and maybe also to Cordula. The law, as it usually stipulated and as it has been developed and as we know it, provides specific obligations on people. So what does this mean for the use of autonomous weapon systems, especially when we come to key provisions of IHL, like distinction, proportionality, and precautions? Professor Koh, if you could start.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say to the professor, the idea that lawyers are not qualified to do this because it involves many other disciplines, what do you think lawyers do? Every single treaty I've ever been involved with involves multiple disciplines, and the question is, how do you work with people to understand the technicalities of that and make it work? So I don't think there's anything about this problem that's inherently more difficult than many other problems that have been solved with legal treaties. But the challenge, which I think Andreas has put to us well, is that there are multiple bodies of law that are relevant. There's international humanitarian law, there's human rights law, there's international criminal law. But the key of it is to simplify the problem into a set of core principles, and there are basically four. One is that you figure out how binding the instrument is, and people here have been very supportive of binding legal treaty. But if you have a set of voluntary principles, they could harden into a binding legal treaty. So it's an evolutionary process. The second is an express flat ban, bright line rule that people can identify. That was the brilliance of the Ottawa Landmines Convention, and I think that Dr. Sauer has identified, and others, just a flat ban on exclusion from humans in the loop. A third is defining state and human obligations with regard to these, which means that the state has to define positive obligations for humans, and then the humans have to bear principles of responsibility and accountability. And then fourth is guarantees against importing human biases into data, technology, and the like. So if you start with those four things, you have the basis of the legal architecture, and you obviously have to import the other information that you get from people who are much more expert in how AI operates. So it is a complex task, but it's not an undoable task, but it's certainly not something that can be totally answered by a set of foundational conventions that were adopted in 1949.
Thank you very much. And Cordula, this question about the law for humans now applied by machines, I think the ICRC is very well placed to also answer this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Professor Coe has already explained it very well. You know, international humanitarian law has to be applied by states, but ultimately behind states are human beings. And we know since the Nuremberg, judgment, international law is applied by human beings. Now, they will be accountable for launching the autonomous weapon. Whatever happens afterwards, they will be accountable. But it becomes very difficult to hold people accountable for things which they cannot predict, they cannot foresee, they have no control over. And so the idea is really to create clarity and legal certainty for states, and then for the military who have to apply these systems to know what are my obligations and what are the constraints I'm submitted to when I launch these systems. They have to know what the bright lines are. And so there are, as was just also put by Professor Coe, but by Frank Sauer before and Richard Moyes, there are specific things that should probably be outright prohibited from the perspective of the ICRC. This is the targeting of human beings and also the use of unpredictable weapons. Now that's a clear line, bright line, you know what you can't do. And then you regulate the rest of the autonomous, or the use of the rest of the autonomous weapon systems in order to create this predictability for the user who will launch the weapon, to be able for the user to actually foresee what's going to happen.
Thank you very much. I now want to go a little bit more into the specifics, and now to Frank. What information is needed for making moral and legal judgments about the use of such a system? What parameters are crucial to inform a meaningful discussion? So what kind of information operator on the battlefield, what does he need to?
Right, excellent question. And obviously the answer has to be, it depends. It depends, like what is the operational context, what's the mission, what is the weapon system we're talking about. But I just, take an example and then we can run through that. So let's take something fairly simple that is, that already exists, and that as of now is a weapon system that can, legally be used on the battlefield. That would be an anti-vehicle mine. And in a sense, while anti-personnel landmines are not autonomous because they don't do any selection, right? They're on and off. And they're prohibited, I think, for very good reasons. They're victim-activated, terrible weapons. An anti-vehicle mine, though, is a very crude autonomous weapon in a sense that it does some selection. Now, how do these weapon systems do that? There's a variety of technologies out there, but one, for instance, would be weight. Okay, so you have some do that with a fiber optic cable, and you put out the fiber optic cable, and then Ambassador Kment in his let's make it a Mercedes, He's driving across that cable, nothing happens, okay? Because your Mercedes is not a 60-ton or 90-ton main battle tank equivalent vehicle. Come the main battle tank, though, with its 60 tons and crossing over that, that fine line, that fiber optic cable, this cable will be compressed in a way that the mine selects, okay, this is an appropriate target. Boom, it goes off, this is illegal. Now, you're asking, what is potential data that goes in a weapon system? Let's stick to that mine example. Let's say we're doing, like you were saying, sensor data fusion. That's something that AI is pretty good at. So you can take all kinds of sensors. You can have an acoustic sensor, thermo imaging camera in there, and so on and so forth. And rather than just basically weighing the target and selecting it for engagement, the system could say, well, let's see. Does it look like a main battle tank? Does it have the infrared signature of a main battle tank? Does it sound like a main battle tank? Does it smell like a main battle tank? And if all these questions are yes, and that would be sensor data that in a fairly simple system, an anti-vehicle landmine, could go into the selection and engagement process, that all of that would be data that you could feed into that and then have the selection and engagement process autonomously run in that system. So that would be a very, very easy example. And as soon as we move into other stuff, for instance, that I'm also engaged with regard to object recognition, with visuals and more complicated target profiles, everything gets quite messy, quite fast, which is why I think there's also, again, like great news, good news. I am bringing good news. There's also some time, really, even though everything is moving so fast, some time to find good rules of the road to, in the end, be implementing these technologies in a responsible manner in the military.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the Q&A, I just have one question that is really the task of our panel here. And again, I have to go to Cordula first, maybe. It's something that has been brought up already this morning is the accountability gap. So what is necessary for accountability as required by international humanitarian law and international criminal law?
Again, I think the key is really in the possibility to make human beings accountable in a fair manner. You can't hold people accountable for situations which they cannot foresee, which they cannot predict. And so you have to create clarity for people about what they can do in these messy battlefields in a realistic scenario, and limit the geographic scope with which in which autonomous weapon systems can be deployed, the time span. You have to give them the possibility, as required by the principle of precaution under international humanitarian law, to cancel or suspend the attack when they realize that the attack will not comply with international humanitarian law. Perhaps limit the targets to military objectives, the targets that are possible for autonomous weapon systems to target, because then you reduce the possibility for errors to be made between the triggering or lack of compliance between the triggering and of the weapon and the strike.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Maybe very quick, some words also from Yale on the accountability gap.
I didn't hear that.
Some words on the accountability gap from the University of Yale.
Well, in criminal law, you need to show intent, and often specific intent. And in this area, the main standard that's being set is what a reasonable expert in that field would do in terms of programming. And that's where I think Cordula is identifying the areas where there needs to be an objective standard of behavior that's considered to be appropriate. So appropriate degree of clarity, appropriate degree of transparency, appropriate degree of reliability, appropriate degree of governability in the sense of being able to pull a plug, and then finally an appropriate level of interoperability with other kinds of actors who are working in an allied setting. And if someone so grossly fails that standard, you could say that their failure is wanton and willful and essentially constitutes intentional behavior.
Thank you very much. We will come to the Q&A questions. I will mix them a little bit up. I mean, I think the first one is very good for Richard. It's an anonymous question, which is very interesting. Some militaries cautioned about necessity of maintaining human control, but why would commanders take themselves out of the chain of command and hand over to machine? And I would like to add a question of my own. How do we address the problem that complex systems might not be sufficiently understood or predicted in their effects by the persons who are actually operating it?
Could you say the last bit again?
How do you address the problem that complex systems might not be sufficiently understood or predicted in their effects by the people operating them? And mix it up with the first question about the why would commanders take themselves out of the chain of command?
Yeah, I think that first question perhaps echoes back to something that's been said in either the previous panel or perhaps in the morning session, which is to recognize that military interests and our kind of moral, legal, humanitarian interests here are not necessarily working in opposition to people. To be honest, militaries are often quite controlling in their sort of mode of orientation, right? And I think the idea that we should definitely be very wary of the idea that weapon systems that are operating outside of human control somehow provide a magical military capability, because they don't. Control is not just about limiting humanitarian effects, but control is also a mechanism that allows you to achieve the military effects that you want to achieve. So if you are committed to working in accordance with international humanitarian law anyway, which of course some actors may not be, and if you're interpreting existing law, you know, in a positive way, then we shouldn't think that uncontrolled weapon systems are actually conveying a military advantage. I think those two things can find alignment with each other to an extent. I don't think there's, you know, it's not 100% alignment, but I think there's real potential there. Oh, I've already forgotten what your second question was, Andreas. What was the second part of that?
The second part was if the operators are not able, cognitively or otherwise, to understand and predict the weapons that they're actually responsible for or that they use.
So, I mean, this is an area where I think perhaps it comes to a more general theme in our conversation here, which is perhaps when I'm mainly talking about positive obligations, like an obligation for the users of systems to sufficiently understand the system that they use. I think that's a positive obligation that we could adopt at an international legal level. But that legal obligation would then need to drive at a national level and at other levels the kinds of training structures and sort of regulatory mechanisms nationally that ensure that weapon systems that can't be adequately controlled are identified in the weapon review process phase, that the people who are receiving weapons to use in a combat situation are adequately trained and understanding of the systems that they use. So the top line obligation to understand needs to be backed up in practice by these provisions. And I think this is, you know, these would also be sort of positive obligations as well, but functioning at a different level. I think the significance for that in terms of where we are perhaps is sometimes in our conversation we can find ourselves trying to solve everything all at once. But in a way this comes, I think, to Anthony's comments earlier, that technology is going to change over time. It's a dynamic environment. I think the rules we make now need to be broad enough to cater for that. And if the rules we're making now apply mainly to people and the obligations on people, which is a little bit, Frank, what you were saying at the beginning, then we're not actually asserting the rules on the technology and the specific technological manifestation, but we're establishing in legal terms what we expect of people, and then over time we continuously need to interrogate new technologies against that obligation. And I think that's part of the, you know, inevitably part of law, that law doesn't just exert itself, but it will need to be engaged with as a social function over time, and in these areas of new technology, I think that's really, really important.
Mm-hmm. Very quickly, please. Very short.
Battlefield singularity has not been achieved yet. When it is achieved, it will mean keeping the human in the loop becomes a disadvantage. Keeping the human being in the loop means you lose the war. When that happens, that's when the commander takes himself out of the loop. Because when he's out of the loop, he performs better. By the way, I'm saying it's battlefield singularity, not yet achieved, might be achieved in the future. When it is achieved, it is very difficult for a commander who wants to win a war to keep a human in the loop.
Thank you. I have two more, several interesting questions, but we will have time for maybe two more. To Annie, who feels that this question would be interesting for him, how do you see current developments appearing on the battlefield, like Lavender Gospel, etc., in the context of human control and international law? Who wants to pick it up? Yeah.
Current developments?
Current developments, and specifically...
Okay. Well, I mean, we're kind of seeing the exact things that people who've been in this space for a while have been talking about and, you know, discussing about and writing about maybe 10 years ago. These are happening. In fact, Richard would be too modest to say this, but Richard Moyse and Heather Roth, they coined the term meaningful human control. And in the paper that they wrote back then, they had a hypothetical battle management system which was accelerating the first half of the kill chain by presenting humans with long lists of potential targets, and the humans, without any, you know, situational awareness, without any judgment really on what was going on, were kind of like automatons, you know, pushing a button on yes, target, select, engage, select, engage, select, engage. That back then was a hypothetical, and the two of them were basically making the point, we should not go there, okay? We should not be ending up with this. Well, now it's 2024, and we find that's exactly where we are. And so that's why it's so pressing to come back to meaningful human control, you know what it is, and then, you know, make it a strong norm to set a clear standard for everybody. So that's a current development. And another current development is not those battlefield management systems, but the end of the kill chain, the selection and engagement of targets. I gave this, you know, example of the mine, but Russia, for instance, has a loitering munition, and we heard Franz Stefan Gadi at the panel before. He was explaining the Ukrainian effort to automate the final stages of the kill chain, and of course the Russians are doing the exact same thing. And this loitering munition, Lancet it's called, that used to be remotely operated, you know, so you would fly it someplace and then you would, you know, find targets and it would dive bomb into that target. And due to all the jamming, what is it that the Russians did towards the end of the year? Well, they gave this thing a software upgrade. And now it does some, you know, simple object recognition, edge computing within the system, and you fly it someplace, you lose connection, and then what the system is doing is it's looking for target profiles. What's looking like a main battle tank, and then it dive bombs in there. And that is now happening. So this is current developments. And again, in terms of regulation, if I take two Lancet munitions and I put one here and I put one there, and I'm asking the ambassador Quent, which one is the autonomous weapon? He would never be able, you know, he's laughing. He would never be able to say, well, it's that one. You can't see it from the outside. It's a simple question of a software update. It's maybe a checkbox in the user interface. So stop thinking about weapons platforms. Stop thinking about a category of weapons. Stop making lists. Let's just say, you know, Twitter, WhatsApp, whatever the weapons platform or the software is, what are the guiding principles for the humans that we want to be in effect? And that's meaningful human control.
Thank you. So I have one more legal question from the audience. So it's actually from the delegation of Mexico here in the room. And the question is, does the Martens Clause acquire a particular relevance with regard to autonomous weapon systems? For example, principles of humanity and dictates of public conscience. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that ties directly to what Frank was just talking about. The Martens Clause is a clause that says even if something is not exactly regulated by existing law, it remains under the principles of humanity and what I call the dictates of public conscience. And we were talking now in the panel about we have to be technology. In a way, international humanitarian law, international law is and has to remain technology agnostic in the sense of we have to think about what is it that we want for ourselves, who are we in the battlefield? And I won't speak about specific new technologies or situations, but when you look at the wars that are fought today, and you look at even the most sophisticated actors and the most sophisticated systems, are those, and you ask yourself, are those most sophisticated systems those that have led to the best humanitarian outcome? And when you look at how technologies are being used or could potentially be used, is that who we want to be? Is that what we want life and death decisions to be made? And when you actually ask today's people in surveys, the ICRC has done some surveys about autonomous weapon systems, you hear it in parliaments and others, people are quite shocked by what the battlefield could look like. And this intuition is actually, I think, quite telling about what public conscience is and what the dictates of public conscience are. And there is a certain taboo today still about going further than those weapon systems that have been recognized as relatively unproblematic. You're talking about anti-missile defense systems, etc. Most people will find those rather unproblematic. When it comes to targeting human beings, most people will actually find it highly problematic and will ask themselves very deep questions. And that's where the Martin Clause, I think, Martin's Clause and the dictates of public conscience come into play.
Thank you. I see, but I have to say, please, only a few sentences. My numbers, my ticker is already red since quite some time. So if you can be very quick, we take those two. I think Richard also wanted to react on this, and then we close.
Two things. The brilliance of the Geneva Conventions is that they change the frame from which you're viewing it from the perspective of the operators to those who are being faced with battlefield harm, those who are sick and wounded, prisoners of war. How do they see these things? And that's the same idea that's being proposed by Martin's Clause idea, that we continue to look at this from the perspective of the victim. Secondly, we've been talking in this forum about an Oppenheimer moment, but in our session at the side event, our Dutch colleague said it's really a Grotian moment. We know the basic principles, and the question is how to put them into writing, put them into legal text, and put them into a legal architecture that can be debated and then framed out and finalized over time.
Thanks. Richard?
Yeah, thanks, Andreas. And I mean, I certainly appreciate the earlier response to this question. I think the key significance of the Martin's Clause in many ways is that it recognizes that the law, the existing law, is not necessarily fully sufficient to the challenges that it may be presented with, and that new technologies and societal developments might bring us to need to respond to new challenges in new ways. And I think sometimes in our conversations, we can orientate to existing law as if it was magically created in some pristine condition. But of course, the law is a product of people in society at particular points of time working together in multi-stakeholder conversations like this. And so when we look at a challenge like autonomous weapons, it's on all of us to recognize that it's our job to respond to the technological challenges that we're presented with. The norms that we need in the world are not going to make themselves. There's not some other group of people who are going to magically step in and solve these challenges for us. It's diplomats in this room, in these communities, who actually have to step up and make these changes happen, who need to push within their systems to be more ambitious and to take an extra step further, because there's nobody else who's going to come in, and there's no point having conversations that go round and round saying how urgent this is and what a severe challenge this is for society, and we need to act. We actually need to act, and you all as diplomats and working together in partnership with international organizations and civil society, we know as a community we're capable of creating new legal structures, and I think we need to do that now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I also want to give the opportunity for Robert for some concluding observations, and then we will come to
Thank you, Andre. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, accountability, human control, and law. Where do we stand here? This is the question we all must have now. The decision has to come from all of us, from every state, from every individual. If we don't contribute now to handle the issues of this, well, impending, looming trouble, history will judge us. History will definitely have to tell our story that we were gathered here and we failed to take a decision. Remember from this morning, the mantra we had was, now is the time for action. All the debates we've had, all the rhetorics we're having, if we don't act, they would account to nothing. So please, even as you consider acting, think about these three: accountability, human control, and law. They are interrelated, but they could be identified individually. I thank you. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you very much. Just also a few takeaways from my side. I mean, we had a long and rich discussion. We jumped a little bit around, but I took away a lot of different concepts that are extremely important, like the automation bias, the ethical responsibility, also to make rules future-proof, so that they serve also for future generation. In general, we had a deep discussion about the issue of human control, about meaningful human control, about human judgment and how to achieve this. Also the interesting concept of positive obligations, another way of looking at this that seems quite promising. Then we also had the broader questions that also need to be addressed, and also kind of the conditions, target profiles, and those kind of elements that could be included. We had a discussion about accountability and accountability gap, and in the end we went deep into the Martens Clause and also into some operational elements that are extremely important for us. So we hope that this panel helped everyone in the audience to understand a little bit on these many, many concepts, and I want to thank the panelists and give them a round of applause altogether. So before I release you to Vienna and to your ice cream or whatever you want to consume, some housekeeping, some announcements. We have come to the end of today's discussion. Before letting you enjoy springtime, we have a few announcements. The first one is the statements for tomorrow. As you know, there's a possibility for statements by the participants in the afternoon session. If you have not registered yet, please come to the desk or do the registration online. As my colleague has announced in the afternoon, the deadline would be 6 o'clock, so you have to be quite quick. Best way to do it is just here in the room. The session tomorrow starts at 9:30. Please also keep that in mind, and we want to start quite quickly. And with this, we are closed, and please enjoy your evening.
Professor, thank you. Thank you so much.